This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor, in order to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's Assembly plenary draft budget meeting. All members have been invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today from Assembly Member Bakari, Assembly Member Desai, Assembly Member McCartney and Assembly Member Lord Bailey of Paddington. And we also have apologies for lateness from Assembly Member Wilson.
Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since we met last week at Mayor's Question Time, the Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor with the first three of a series of letters on his 2025-26 budget proposals, focused on the draft GLA Mayor's budget, GLA Group, Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime budgets. The Housing Committee met with guests, including community and local authority representatives, to ask how their organisations provide housing to support women leaving prison, what specialist help is available for those with additional needs, and what steps the Mayor of London can take to address the issue. The Transport Committee asked representatives from TfL, London Boroughs and a charity promoting shared transport about how car clubs are used in London and how they can contribute to the Mayor's transport strategy targets. And the GLA Oversight Committee discussed the community engagement, revised management arrangements and priorities of the London Resilience Group. On behalf of the Assembly, as Chair, I also had the privilege of attending and addressing guests and colleagues at the Holocaust Memorial Day, which took place on Monday, where a number of you also attended and can testify what a moving ceremony that was. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? No. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting held on the 19th of December 2024 to be signed by me as a correct record? Agreed. I now wish to take just something out of order. I'd like to take item 7, the date of the next meeting. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the plenary meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 13th of February 2025 in the Chamber at City Hall. This meeting will be used principally for a question and answer session with the Deputy Mayor for Planning, Regeneration, and the Fire Service and the London Fire Commissioner. The Assembly had requested the Mayor to attend this plenary session, but he has declined. The Fire Service is a vital part of London's resilience, and this is why we scrutinise it. Whilst I'm delighted to question the Deputy Mayor, not being able to question the Chief Policy Maker seriously hampers the ability of this Assembly to do our job of scrutiny. So that's that part of a later part of the agenda we could no longer need to deal with. We'll now move on to the draft consolidated budget. This meeting will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's draft consolidated budget for 2025-2026. We welcome the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to the Chamber. He will be presenting his... Sorry, I had to do a quick protocol check because I realised in my notes it's not Sir Sadiq Khan, and, but I understand. I just check if you're happy. To the Chamber, he will be presenting his draft budget proposal shortly. Following this, the chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee will be invited to present the committee's responses to the Mayor's consultation budget. The Assembly will then put questions to the Mayor on the budget section by section in the order set out in the budget document for up to 2 hours. Joining the Mayor for the question and answer session is David Bellamy, the Mayor's Chief of Staff, and Faye Hammond, Chief Finance Officer. Then finally, the Assembly will move to debate and vote on the budget. This is the first of a two-stage budget setting process, and the Assembly is due to make its final decision on the budget at the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meeting on the 25th of February 2025. Can I also remind the Assembly that the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget is covered by the budget procedures set out in Standing Order 6.3 thing, and every year I have to be reminded what they are because I always find it complicated myself, but you know, that's where your reference point is. Can I now ask the Mayor to present his draft budget proposals? Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm presenting my draft budget. I want to start with some important good news that will be relevant to our latest discussions on policing. His Majesty's Inspector has today confirmed that the Metropolitan Police Service has made significant improvements to transform police culture and improve performance. This is down to the hard work of the Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Met officers and staff, as well as record investment and support from City Hall. Emergency calls are now being answered faster. Neighbourhood policing is being revitalised. Vetting has been strengthened. The Mayor's Office of Policing and Crime had asked HMI to look in particular at concerns around child sexual exploitation. So it's reassuring that the HMI have found that the Met have made significant improvements in this area, including around missing children and victim-blaming language. These improvements and more mean the Met Police is no longer in part of the engaged process, which is welcome news. It's important to remember how far we've come. Just a few years ago, we had a series of appalling scandals which rocked the confidence of Londoners, including myself. Some wanted me to sweep this under the carpet and stick with failing Met leadership. But my view was that only by shining a spotlight on the extent of the problems would we be able to fix them. And that's why I ensured we had the KC review and new leadership at the top of the Met, which has led to far-reaching plans for reform and improved performance. As Mayor, I've worked side by side with the Commissioner with support and funding from City Hall to ensure we see the change required and that Londoners deserve. City Hall has invested nearly £480 million addressing identified weaknesses. The news today from the HMI shows that real progress is being made. But I'm not complacent. There's still more to do. And that's why I'll continue to work with the Commissioner to support the Met and ensure we drive through the further improvements needed. Chair, my draft budget is about building on the progress we're making in London, not only to make London safer, but fairer, greener and more prosperous too. It will ensure that the Met is better funded, with record funding in policing from City Hall, double the amount compared to the previous Mayor. It also includes proposals for more money for the London Fire Brigade, an increase of more than 53% since I first became Mayor, so that it can continue to make significant strides in improving its culture and performance. My draft budget is also about delivering investment to address the root causes of crime. This includes proposals to fund a series of programmes that have already helped to divert more than 500,000 vulnerable young people away from crime and towards positive opportunities. Supporting young Londoners to realise their potential is central to why I ran to be Mayor in the first place. I want to make sure that today's generation get the same helping hand I had so they can reach their potential and contribute to our great capital. And that's why I'm delighted that this draft budget also guarantees record funding for free school meals for all state primary school pupils for another academic year, something that was in jeopardy at the mayoral election in May. Proposals in this draft budget will also deliver more council homes and the homes Londoners can afford to buy and rent, help support rough sleepers off our streets, continue to offer free training to anyone who's unemployed or in low-paid work, support businesses to create jobs and growth, and invest millions in green projects, ensuring London continues to lead the way in tackling air pollution and the climate crisis. In the interest of our city and communities, I hope all Assembly members will get behind it. Thank you, Chair, and I look forward to answering your questions this morning.
Thank you. Can I now invite Assembly Member Garrett to present the Budget and Performance Committee's responses to the Mayor's consultation budget?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking as Chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee, it falls to me to condense a year of work into 5 minutes, outlining what the committee has been doing and what conclusions we have reached cross-party. First, the committee welcomes the principles behind the changes to the Mayor's budget process, and we welcome the approach to the published documents and the timeline, but we have serious concerns on transparency, which I will come to in a moment. Likewise, late additional funding. We wrote to the Mayor 3 years ago about overly prudent income assumptions leading to a major new spending at the last minute, which undermines both budget planning and scrutiny, and these concerns remain. This year we have £242 million of additional income so far, and perhaps more to come next month. This is a regular occurrence. Over the Mayor's 9 budgets to date, the average additional spending after the publication of the consultation budget is nearly £250 million per year. Looking now at specific areas of spending, starting with TfL, where the committee met the Deputy Mayor for Transport and TfL officials to discuss the impact and the rationale of your fares decisions, and we explored the challenge of addressing the large backlog of maintenance on TfL's assets, especially track and rolling stock, where there are real concerns. We await with interest the government's funding to TfL in June's comprehensive spending review. On the Fire Brigade, the committee heard from the Deputy Mayor, the Commissioner and London Fire Brigade officers about their challenges for long-term financial sustainability, the impact of its new approach to attending automated alarm calls, and the challenges of budgeting for pay awards made by a national body after the budget has been finalised, which remains a challenge. On housing, every part of the GLA is involved in housing in some way. So for 2 years now, the committee has taken a holistic view of housing activity right across the GLA group. So we met officers from all corners of the GLA to discuss housing delivery. On top of wider economic and industry risks, we remain concerned about the level of detail on the Mayor's biggest housing initiatives. And finally, I turn to policing. Buckle up. A key focus of discussions with the Deputy Mayor and officers from the Met and MOPAC on the 7th of January was the lack of any police officer numbers in the budget proposal. On top of this, while the committee was presented with a balanced budget for the coming year, the Commissioner was talking publicly about a £450 million budget gap. This was never presented to us to study or scrutinise. We did establish that the budget assumed the loss of 2,300 police officers, but why was this key figure missing from the December consultation budget with Londoners? The omission was compounded in the first draft consolidated budget, which was published last week, with 78 million extra police officer funding, but again, no indication of what this extra money means for police officer numbers. So the Assembly carried out its own analysis, and we estimate that the budget before us today equates to a loss of around 1,300 police officers compared with the current position. The Assembly's is the only such estimate because neither the Mayor's Office nor the Met budgets give any indication of headcount, despite the fact that staff costs make up 80% of the Met Police budget. On top of all that, MOPAC has changed how it presents government grants in its budget, so we can no longer tell how these large grants are being spent, or how specific police departments' funding is changing year to year. this gives the misleading impression that the departments will have less money than in previous years. And I should add, this £774 million change in expenditure was left for Assembly officers to discover. The committee has written to the Mayor today setting out these concerns about the police budget and looks forward to hearing an update on police officer numbers. So that's our whistle-stop tour of this year's budget scrutiny. That's easy for you to say. I would just like to finish by thanking all of my fellow members of the committee for their work over this year, the group and Assembly staff who do so much behind-the-scenes work to support the scrutiny that we do, the very skilled and capable GLA finance team, hello to them watching, without whom none of this would be possible, and not least I would like to thank all of the guests who have so generously given us their time, their knowledge and their insight in response to our very many questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the London Assembly's Budget and Performance Committee's response to the Mayor's draft consultation budget for 2025-26? Thank you. The Assembly will now put questions to the Mayor on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in the order set out in the budget document, starting with the Mayor's section of the budget. The amount of time that members have is the groups have is related to their size on the Assembly. The first question on that section will come from Assembly Member Polanski. If you'd like to ask your first question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. My question's for the Mayor. Last week we had a very repetitive conversation about Heathrow, where I asked you repeatedly if you would ask the government to suspend the AMPS, and you wouldn't answer that. Since then, though, yesterday I was pleased to see in the press you said that if the government do go ahead with this, you won't hesitate to join any legal challenge with partners and colleagues. The question for the budget is the money available in the budget if that legal challenge needs to be mounted?
So there is no money set aside in the budget based on speculation. I've seen speculation in the media about a speech the Chancellor may give in a few weeks' time. I've seen no proposals from Heathrow Airport. I've seen no plans for a new runway. I've seen no announcement from the government. What Londoners know and the government knows is the aviation sector is important for growth, jobs and prosperity, but we face a climate crisis and a climate emergency. The Climate Change Committee, well respected, set out quite clearly its recommendations, which is the only time expansion of aviation should be considered, I'm paraphrasing, is if it abides with our climate change commitments and so forth. The three big concerns that would need to be addressed if, in the hypothetical case, the speculation was to become a reality, is could a new runway be built that abides with carbon targets, concerns around noise pollution and concerns around air pollution. Should that speculation become a reality, we'll of course consider the merits of that case, but I'm quite clear my views on the expansion of Heathrow by new runway haven't changed.
It sounds like the press reported something different, and this is in relation to the budget, because you said to the press apparently that you wouldn't hesitate to join a legal challenge, but you then just said that you'd look at the case. That sounds like a considerable rowing back of what you said yesterday.
I think if you read the press reports accurately, they were quoting what I said last week, which is in the meeting we had that you and I spoke at.
Okay. Moving on to food. So with the Environment Committee, we had an amazing visit to Organically, and we've had lots of evidence around the importance of local food growing projects. We also had evidence from Sustain and the Capital Growth Programme. It was very clear that there is no funding at the moment for capital growth. Is this something, as your budget becomes clearer, we're going to see?
We're really keen to make sure we support the issue of sustainable economy, including food. You'll be aware, and you've supported the work we've done in relation to supporting the most vulnerable to get access to good quality food, particularly during summer holidays. Of course, we look at this all the time, and if there are sufficient projects that we can support, we'll support them.
Do you recognise the importance and the priority of food growing?
Absolutely, and we've had a team working on this since I've been mayor, doing an incredible job, building on the work actually of that began under the previous mayor, under Rosie Boycott.
Thank you. And to tie these two questions together, both aviation and food, Rachel Reeves was also asked, and I'm paraphrasing now, whether the growth mission was more important than reaching net zero in the climate crisis, and she put growth first. In your budget, will you make sure that reaching our climate targets, because essentially there are no jobs on the dead planet, is the priority?
No, I'm not sure about the comments you attribute to Rachel Reeves. I'm quite clear. The costs of inaction when it comes to addressing the climate catastrophe are more than the costs of action. And actually there's not just a moral case and a social case and a survival case, but there's an economic case to take action to address this issue.
Absolutely. I hope the Chancellor heard you loud and clear. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, how will your draft consolidated budget for 25-26 make London ensure that it is fairer, safer and greener for everyone?
I'm not sure how much time we've got. I'll try and keep my comments concise. So dealing with each of the issues, just to give them one example in each area. Fairer, you'll see in the draft budget we've set aside a record breaking amount of money for universal free school meals for all state primary school children, £147.5 million, really important in terms of making our city fairer. In terms of safer, we're doubling since I took over the mayoralty, the amount of money the Met Police Service receives from City Hall. It's £1.15 billion. At the same time, there's been a cut of £1.1 billion from central government. We've also, by the way, managed in the first 7 months to persuade this government to contribute £208 million in this year, more than the previous year, really important. To make our city greener, we are building on the work done in the last 2 years, and can I give credit to Enver for the work he did before Faye in relation to climate budgeting. And you'll see over the next 3 years, we're spending in excess of £600 million towards the issue of making our city greener, addressing some of the issues we've talked about, and mainstreaming the issue of climate budgeting. But during the course of the next couple of hours, you'll hear other examples of our mission to make our city fairer, greener and safer.
Thank you. And excellent news this morning about the Met moving out of Engage on the theme of safer as well. And you spoke about the £208.4 million of additional funding from the government, but in the context of the £1 billion plus cut over the last decade or so. Can you give us more details in terms of the mayoral preset and how this will be supporting the Met's budget and policing budget as well?
Well, you'll be aware, not just as a former councillor, but as a Londoner, the consequences of the cuts over the last 14 years, losing thousands of officers, having to sell off buildings and losing police staff. Actually, we've calculated that as a consequence of Boris Johnson not raising the precept to the maximum allowed, police precept, we've lost to the tune of £350 million. So the Met Police Service is £350 million poorer, has less that sum of money on top of the £1.1 billion from central government cuts. And we heard in the statement from the chair of the Budget and Performance Committee this so-called black hole of £400 million. That would have been filled had the previous mayor raised the precept to the maximum allowed. What I've done is raise the precept to the maximum the government is asking us to do so, £14. That brings in circa £50 million, I think, £58 million. Every penny of money raised to the precept is going to go towards fighting crime and prevention. And by the way, we've also raised the precept to the maximum allowed 3% to support the fire brigade. Every penny of that raised precept goes to the fire brigade.
Thank you. And primary school children today going to school will be receiving a free school meal in London. Your draft budget confirmed funding to deliver free school meals in London. What is the per meal funding rate that this budget will propose?
So there's an increase, I think, of 5% in relation to the money we've set aside for free school meals. We've been working with the schools that provide free school meals. If you remind yourself that the money the schools receive for reception year 1 and 2 from the government is less than the money we give schools for years 3, 4, 5 and 6. So we've been rightly generous when it comes to the provision, because we want the free school meals to be nutritious, healthy, but also to support the schools in relation to additional pressures they may be under.
Thank you. Just in terms of the fire brigade, so that the London Fire Brigade has also been underfunded by previous government. So you're once again increasing the budget via the council tax preset. While it is welcome, it does mean that LFB does still need further funding support from the government to keep doing the work that they do. And how are you approaching funding the fire service?
It's just worth reminding ourselves why we are where we are today. So central government cuts from 2010, real term cuts, means the fire brigade is £150 million less well off because of central government cuts. Because the previous mayor failed to raise precept, additionally, they've lost £50 million a year over the last 10 years. So that's £300 million poorer, the fire brigade, than they should be. Since I've been mayor, I've increased the amount of funding the fire brigade receives more than 53%. So no fire stations closing down, fire engines being sold off, firefighters losing their jobs. There is a gap, as you've said, roughly speaking, £12 billion for next year's budget. We'll work closely with the Commissioner to make sure we close that gap, so when it comes to the final budget, the budgets will balance.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you meant 12 million, not 12 billion, but sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I think fail must fell off a chair, so yeah, it is 12 million.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Having spoken a bit about police, I thought this was not the section about police. I'm going to ask you about the Greater London Authority Land and Property Limited, which you'll be aware of is not only the freeholder of this site, but most of the Docklands, most of the Greenwich Peninsula. And you are, I'm sure, aware of Mayoral Decision 1180, published in 2013, so before your mayoralty, which describes a £300 million loan to GLAP, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the GLA, for them to start developing property. And under that mayoral decision, most of that money, 85% of that loan, would by now have been repaid. I'm sure you know that that's not quite what's happened. When did you become aware of that? And prior to 2018, which is when repayments were due to start, what action did you take to make sure that that plan was on track?
Which I'm aware, because of family reasons, the member wasn't at the Budget and Performance Committee meeting and Mayor's question time where we went over these issues, which I'm sure we can go over again today for your convenience. But just to remind colleagues, this was a £300 million loan given by the previous mayor to GLAP. David Bellamy, who has been close to this, can talk us through when we became aware of the issue of repayments and the reprofiling of debts. Before he does that, it's just worth, again, for the third time, reassuring the Assembly and those watching that the latest auditor's report has given the highest rating possible to this team. David.
If you'll forgive me, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure Mr. Bellamy is fully aware of it because he's a director of this limited company. What I'm interested in is you as mayor, at what point did you become aware and at what point did you start taking action to avert this problem?
I'm regularly briefed by my Chief of Staff on issues like this and other issues as well.
So you would have been aware then, presumably in 2016 when you were first elected. So what did you do between 2016 and 2018 to make sure that those repayments, when they were due to start in 2018, were on track? Because the reason they're not on track, it seems to me, is because development of those huge tracts of land is way behind. Your priority is supposed to be housing. We're now in 2025. You must have been very concerned in 2016, 2017, that when you were advised that in 2018, when that loan was due to start being repaid, the first 35 million on the 31st of March 2018, you must have been advised at some point that that wasn't going to happen, and that must have arisen in your mind then questions about why that wouldn't happen and what was being done about it to get the development back on track and the loan repaid.
No, the assumption we made is that the previous mayor had proper systems in place. I was probably wrong to assume that he had proper systems in place. It's my fault. I should have learned the lessons from the Garden Bridge and the water cannons. So we assumed.
You're telling me that 2 years into your mayoralty, you just casually assumed everything that was handed over from the previous mayor was all fine and dandy? That's halfway through your first mayoral term.
On some issues, I did, and what we did was we assumed that the payments that had been profiled on old assumptions would bear fruit. And we also assumed that the deals made by the previous mayor were good ones, the development agreements he'd made. But we then discovered on this and on West Ham and other issues a lot of bad deals made by the previous mayor.
Okay, so the repayments were due to start. So you took over in 2016. The repayments were due to start in 2018. You obviously were aware then, surely, that this subsidiary was not making its loan repayment. So in 2019 and 2020 and 21 and 22 and 23 and 24, when loan repayments still weren't happening, what action did you take? You can't blame Boris for what was happening in those years. What action did you take, both to make sure the company was financially on track and to make sure, I would say more importantly for Londoners, that these huge tracts of developable land where tens of thousands of new homes should already have been built are not built? What action did you take in that period?
Well, we've gone over this in the Budget and Performance Committee and Mayor's question time, but a number of changes were made. It's just worth reminding colleagues that most of the projects were already in contract with developers, and he'll be aware the land receipts are often split across phases, and some of these timings depend on project processes. And so we realised that there'd be some delay in terms of some of the cash coming in because of the different phasing of the land. What we did do was to make sure there was changes made in relation to the financial scrutiny, including hiring of a dedicated accountant, quarterly budgets, cash flow assessments, the inclusion of financial metrics to measure GLAP's performance, and the reporting of financial impacts of project-level decisions to GLAP directors as part of their oversight and scrutiny of project process. We also made sure that we changed the systems that were set up by the previous mayor.
So those are all the things you did in 2024? Not one of those things was done in 2023 or 2022 or 2021 or 2020 or 2019 or 2018 or 17
I'm not sure
or
that's
16?
right.
That's not right.
That's not
So
right.
which of those things were done before 2023?
Well, if the mayor reads the list again, I can
Don't read the whole
put
list.
a timescale against
Most of those
each
things,
of them,
most of
but
those
you
things were
don't
not
want
in
me to-
place by December 2023. I'm sorry.
So we have, through the last mayoral term, we went through a significant programme of reform around GLAP and its internal governance, which is why on the most recent audit it received substantial assurance. The root issue is, as the member's quite right, is one about delivery, and clearly the delivery, in large part under the development agreements entered into under the previous mayor, has not proceeded at the pace that was assumed when the previous mayor set out the loan repayment schedule. And that's why we and the officers who support us have worked very hard with our development partners to try and bring schemes forward as quickly as we can, while at the same time looking for whatever levers we've had to increase both the number of homes and the number of affordable homes on that site. And that's what we've been focused on doing, and that's what we continue to be focused on.
Okay. There's a lot of activity in year 9 of your mayoral term and a lot of blame of the previous mayor. Rest assured I will be returning to this topic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next questioner, I'd like to welcome to the public gallery the students from St Dominic's Sixth Form College in Harrow. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about the Mayor's proposed budget for next year, and this is an opportunity for Assembly members to ask him about that. The next person on Assembly member to speak will be Assembly Member Ahmed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, panel. Mr Mayor, the universal free school meals policy is a win for London and win for our children, and I know how happy people are that that is now continuing. Could you tell us the effect that that policy will have on our young people's educational attainment and health in the future?
Thanks for your question and your consistent lobbying on this before it became our policy and support for this policy. It's just worth also reminding ourselves that this was on the ballot paper in the elections in May, and it's very important to remind Londoners of that issue. 43 million meals provided in 1 year alone in the first year of this policy. So there's been a separate piece of independent work undertaken by the Impact on Urban Health who looked into the difference our policy has made, and they found a huge amount of positives from the Universal Free School Meals policy. A big change in family finances. They saw that children better behaved, better productivity. They saw the relationship between parents and school had improved. They also saw children try new things in terms of nutrition at school. And generally speaking, the first report that's been done on this, independent report, shows it's been an overwhelming success. And again, to remind colleagues, you'll know this, but each child, each year saves a family, because of this policy, £500. And so as we're in the second year, that's £1,000 per child. And you can imagine the difference this makes to a family, particularly during a cost of living crisis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Can I now call on Assembly Member Best, please?
Thank you. Morning, panel. Mr Mayor, what specific measures do you have in this budget to support the nightlife of London?
So we've set out in the budget policies in relation to monies in relation to growth. And we are publishing mandates in relation to supporting local economies as well. You'll be aware of the work that's now begun under the Nighttime Commission. We're waiting for them to report in relation to recommendations, task force, I beg your pardon, the Nightlife Task Force. We're waiting for them to make recommendations in relation to their task force. Some of them may be policies that require funding. We'll make sure we support them where we can. Some of them may be changes that don't require monies, changing in licensing, closer working with councils and so forth. And so we're going to carry on supporting the nighttime economy going forward. But you'll appreciate in a budget the size of the one we've got, there's no specific line that says nighttime economy.
Specifically, though, you should be able to point to something that if I run a bar or club, I should be excited about seeing in the budget.
Oh, there's lots of policies to support people who run bars in our city, some of them which are already in play that don't need additional funding because they're in play, whether it's to do the work undertaken from the cultural enterprise zones, the work that's been taken in relation to strengthening licensing that supports the nighttime economy, the work being done with the Women's Night Safety Charter, the work the bids are doing in relation to the local nighttime economies, the work we're doing with the neighbourhood policing teams, which supports the nighttime economy, the night tube, continue to run
Sorry, you're
2
not
nights a week.
speaking to this specific budget. I asked if I ran a bar or a club, what would I be looking at in this specific budget that's exciting? Because quite clearly, and I thought with the nighttime task force you were perhaps beginning to understand this, bars and clubs and pubs in London are struggling. They are not content with the support that is available, and they would like more help and support. So I'm asking specifically in this budget, what is there for them to be excited about?
Well, they should be excited that because they've got me as the mayor, that we're going to be continuing with the policy that would have been councilled and somebody else won the mayoralty, but also they'll be excited by the reform of business rates. We know that how disastrous they've been for businesses across London. They'll be excited by the changes the government's making, not just to get rid of business rates, but the changes in relation to the levy as
again,
well.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know what you're not understanding about the question. In this budget, in your budget, what is there for those that run pubs, clubs and bars in London and restaurants to be excited about?
There's a huge amount in this budget that supports the nighttime economy.
Well, that's exciting. Could you name them?
That supports the nighttime economy indirectly, for example, the provision of more buses, the provision of more nighttime buses, the provision of the night tube, the support of councils that support their local nighttime economy, the work we're doing with the London Growth Plan that will be published next month, and I could go on. The fact that there aren't lines in a £20 billion budget towards any particular sector of the economy doesn't mean that sector of the economy is not going to be supported.
The fact you can't pick something out in discussion, though, shows that perhaps it's not forefront of your mind. I would say, going on from that, the nighttime task force, nightlife task force, obviously in operation. It's a pity to see they don't have anything carved out here. Perhaps there's something in your mind, but I look forward to those recommendations that come out of that, and hopefully you supporting them. To move on to another issue that we've talked about before, the police cadets. Is that something that perhaps when some more money arises that we might see from your contributions to make sure that the police cadets in London can continue?
The police cadets in London are going to continue.
As is.
The police cadets in London are going to continue in every single borough in this city. We have a situation where the police cadets currently are from age 7 till age 18. The plans the Commissioner has, which I support, is to address the issue of 14 years of austerity to make sure we can support frontline policing, and the way to do that, to reduce police time being spent on very young children who are in cadets, is to ensure we've got cadets in every single borough in London, limited to age 13 to 17, because we're going to continue investing in young Londoners, supporting 250,000 young Londoners with positive opportunities. Those aged between 7 and 13 can still get support in terms of youth facilities. Those between 13 and 17 will be able to join a police cadet in every borough in London.
So you are going to continue to allow cuts to the police cadet service. It's just counterproductive when you look at the fact that trust and confidence has fallen in the police. This is one of the best ways in which we can get good youth participation and change young people's attitudes or view of the police. We also have a massive problem with recruitment. This is one of the best routes into recruitment. I really do hope that you look at it again.
Well, it's one of the consequences, I'm afraid, of £1.1 billion worth of cuts over 14 years, but also the previous mayor's cuts of £350 million. Those cuts have consequences.
It's so
that comes
weird.
to...
It's actually bizarre that you would constantly call out the freezing of council tax and not equate that with how you have frozen transport fares. So if you want to talk about those cuts in that way, I hope when we come to the TfL section, you recognise that freezing TfL fares has meant we are in massive problems in our transport and infrastructure in London. If you can't understand those are two of the same things, I really don't understand how you got to be mayor.
Well, what I'd say to the Assembly, if that means that the Conservatives are going to vote against the police precinct going up by £14, that means the police being starved of a further £58 million if the Conservatives have their way.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, you still don't seem to understand. You chose to freeze transport fares. Talk about that in the same way. When we get to the transport section, talk about that in the same way. I don't understand how you don't see those are the same things.
Well, Chair, I'm really happy to just reassure colleagues that freezing transport fares does not mean cadets being lost.
Assembly Member Mo Emma, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all of you. Good morning, Mayor Khan. I wanted to ask you, you'll be surprised to hear, to ask you about housing in this budget and how you're going to be continuing to build on the strong record of the last year to support housing delivery in 25-26.
Well, thanks for your question. And as you predicted, I'm not surprised your question's on housing. Look, we face, I think the housing crisis is the biggest crisis our city faces. Yes. You've got, over successive decades, the supply of affordable housing in London not meeting the demand. And that's led to this housing crisis where Londoners are being priced out of our great city. Londoners can't afford to rent in our city, let alone buy in our city. So we've got to build a huge number of homes that are genuinely affordable. Council homes, homes from housing associations, homes that are for rent, homes that are market value, and so forth. So the good news, you're right, we've broken records in relation to homes built over the last 8-9 years. But I'm afraid the bad news is the housing market across the country faces a perfect storm. Because of the previous government's mini-budget, higher interest rates, low growth, we've seen the consequences of hard Brexit, hyperinflation when it comes to construction materials, skills shortages, labour shortages. We've seen as a consequence of the pandemic, real challenges in the housing market. Because of the way the government dealt with the regulation around second staircases, big problems in London in relation to viable projects not being green-lighted in time. So those are big challenges. The good news is this government is determined to fix the housing crisis. We've already in year received £100 million from the government. That wasn't expected in the October budget. But also the government's changing the planning process to make it easier to give permission for homes, and also hopefully changing the rules around right to buy receipts and land assembly that councils have to allocate. So we're going to work with developers, councils, others who build homes to try and make sure we can get the homes built in London that are desperately needed. And the final part, I should say, sorry, Moema, is you've also been lobbying assiduously about the rental market. The great news about the Renters' Right bill is that will really improve the situation in relation to the pipeline of those becoming homeless because of Section 21.
Thank you. And so, obviously, a lot of those points that you've raised, Section 21 and the fight to provide more affordable housing has a real impact on homelessness and councils' abilities to place people in permanent affordable housing. So I would like to know how your budget's going to support homelessness reduction in London this year.
Yeah, I think, Faye or David will correct me, I think there's an additional, there's £10 million set aside just for rough sleeping, really important. We're going to expand our rough sleeping hubs to try and make further progress in relation to addressing the issue of rough sleeping. Over the last 8 years, we've taken 18,000 rough sleepers off our streets, 3/4 have stayed off our streets. The issue is there are still more people coming into our streets from across the country, and some of them have no recourse to public funds, so it's a big challenge. So in addition to build more homes that are genuinely affordable, we're going to support those who are sleeping rough, working with great councils, great charities and great experts in this area. The Deputy Prime Minister has taken a personal interest in this issue and has organised a cross-government task force to deal with this issue. Rushnara Ali, the Minister, announced further funding this weekend. We shall support us, but frankly speaking, I'd rather deal with preventing people becoming rough sleepers in addition to the consequences and the causes are really important. So we're going to do it both, but I'm not going to pretend it's going to be easy. We're going to have the prison service working closely in this, the hospital working closely in this, and others, because they often are the pipeline of people becoming rough sleepers.
Thank you. And we all know that temporary accommodation is now the biggest expenditure of virtually every local authority in the capital. So that would be really welcome to see progress on that. So on the topic of, you've mentioned prisons, the Housing Committee is looking at the issue of women leaving prison, and it's an issue in this Assembly that predates me being a member. I'm particularly interested, without obviously prejudging any cross-party decisions that might be made and recommendations that might come out of that piece of work. We know that women leaving prison are at particular risk of homelessness. Do you anticipate making any investments in this budget to support this particular group? We've heard it's a relatively small number of people, and those women and their families really would welcome the support.
Well, the good news is this week the Prisons Minister, James Timpson, who hosted Women's Justice Board meeting, the first of its kind. We need to, frankly speaking, have few women being sent to prison on custodial sentences. It's nonsense when it comes to some of the sentences they receive for crimes that shouldn't lead to a prison sentence. So I'm really pleased the government's dealing with that part of the equation, which could lead to one fewer women's prison, really important. The second part is what happens when women are released. And what should be happening is, prior to release, work being done to make sure they've got housing, hopefully a job, and contact with their family as well. So Tom Copley, the Deputy Mayor, who you know very well, has met with the London Prisons mission, and we're working with them to see what more we can do in terms of coordination with councils and other housing providers to avoid women who leave prison ending up on our streets.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Khan. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Georgiou, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayor, what alternative funding sources did you explore before deciding to increase your precepts, such as seeking additional central government funding or reallocating funds from other parts of the budget?
So there's only two precepts we increased. So it may need to clarify which one he means. Does he mean the police precept or the non-police and fire brigade precept?
I mean your precept, the mayoral precept.
So the fire brigade precept?
No, the mayoral precept. So your additional, your cumulative increase, 75.1% over your mayoral term, your portion of council tax, to clarify.
So just to clarify, Chair, is it a question about this draft budget or the last 8 years' budget?
Well, you seem to have been speaking in general about your entire mayoral term. I mean, keep it as brief as possible if you can.
No, I'll do both.
Yeah.
I'll do both.
Yeah,
so the first part of your question is the last 8 years. And the second part is next year. Is that clear, Chair?
Yeah.
Clear. So
the coming year, in your draft consultation budget. Yeah.
Oh, so that's just 1 year.
Look, you know, we can, Mr. Mayor. Look, no.
I know he's new, Chair, but come on, it's 7 months now.
Look, I know he's thin-skinned and sensitive, Mr. Chairman. But if you could address my question, which is your proportion of council tax going up, can you please address why have you not sought to look at other areas of your budget or speak to your mates in this commie new government and whether they'll give you new money as you promised they would?
Chair, I suspect some members of the government may be instructing lawyers about being called commies. But let's deal with the issue of substance, which is there are two reasons why the precept on council tax from the GLA is going up. The first reason is to support our police. The police have faced two big cuts over the last 14 years. The first big cut over 14 years is they've lost £1.1 billion from their budget from central government. That's a third of core funding lost. The second part the police have lost is over the last, between 2008 up until now, which is because the previous mayor didn't raise the police precept. They have lost £350 million from their budget. That's one of the reasons why police officer numbers went down to 29,000. One of the reasons why we've had fewer PCSOs. One of the reasons why we have police stations closed off. Now we have today the sight of Conservatives complaining because police cadet ages are being reduced. So what I've done is to take the decision that I want to support the police. and be pro-police. So I've increased the police precinct by £14, and every penny of that money raised goes to the police and the crime prevention, which is about £58 million. If I took his advice and didn't raise that, that means £58 million further cuts that are going to be found. The second part of the increase in council tax precept is to support the fire brigade. Members of this Assembly in Londoners will know, and we saw the consequences of this in the awful fire in 2017 at Grenfell, is the previous mayor closed down fire stations, sold off fire engines, reduced fire staff. The leadership was hollowed out. Big problems in the
I'm
fire
sorry,
brigade.
Mr. Chairman. This is about his mayoralty.
So what I've done,
if I may, I think I've given the mayor ample time to try and address, although he's failed. The reality is, Mr. Mayor, if you're acting as a friend to the police, closing police stations, cutting police numbers, I'd hate to think if you were their enemy. Mr. Mayor, in reality, over your mayoral term, we've seen a 75.1% increase, including this coming year's budget, of your mayoral portion of council tax. Now, you have consistently blamed over the course of your mayoralty having a Conservative government and a coalition government, which you constantly like to refer to. But now we have a Labour government. Your manifesto was filled with drivel that if we had a Labour government and a Labour mayor, things would be better. You wouldn't need to do the things that you're doing now. So were you lying in your manifesto, or are you misleading us now?
There's a lot to absorb there, Chair. Let me try and unpack what's just been said. So between 2010 and July 2024, relevant July 2024, the amount of additional money the Met Police Service received from the government over 14 years, cumulative for the police, was £44 million. So cumulative money received from the government, additional money to the police, £44 million, 14 years. In the first 7 months, under this government, the Met Police Service have received £208 million addition. So in 7 months, his words, not mine, my mates in the government have given the Met Police Service 4.5 times more in funding than his mates did in 14 years.
Why, if it's so wonderful, are you putting your hands deeper into Londoners' pockets? If you've received all the money that you've asked for, why are you still doing it?
Mr. Chair, surely he knows one budget is not going to undo 14 years of cuts. And what we need is to make sure that we continue to invest in our police. Police officer numbers have been going down. Police staff numbers have been going down. Police stations have been closing. Youth clubs have been closing.
Under you.
Youth workers have lost their jobs. What we're doing is investing in young people, youth clubs and youth workers, and investing in the police. And it's quite clear, Chair, with the Conservatives on the Assembly, they want to cut the police budget by £58 million next year.
Mr. Chairman, I just say as a flourish, if you voted for this man, you voted to be poorer as a Londoner. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Next is Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can I ask you, Faye, can we see a list of the organisations that responded to the budget consultation, and can you share the full responses with the Assembly?
So we've got reports to summarise those, but I'm sure we can provide you with information on the full organisational list.
Yeah, can you guarantee that we can all see the consultation?
Can I just check in with David? There's no issue with doing that in terms of process? I can't think of any.
As long as the organisations are happy, we might need to check with them.
Good.
There were 5 written responses to your questions.
Only 5? OK, so it should be easy for us all to see those responses. Thank you very much. Also, can I just check with you, Faye, the national insurance increases, I think you said in one session that they were about £90 million. Are they being completely refunded to, I can see the money in the police budget, I can't see it in TfL's budget, so are TfL being refunded for the increase in national insurance? If you can be brief, because I'm on the clock.
OK, so we don't have the final settlement for that information, and that's due in about 2 weeks' time, and then I'll be able to answer your questions.
That's lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. And could I start by thanking you, Mr Mayor, for your robust response to the potential expansion of Heathrow Airport. It will be a great comfort to many of my residents to know that the Mayor, their councils, the MPs will be lockstep in opposition to any third runway. The question I have for you in this section is regarding the Oxford Street pedestrianisation. We heard in the budget process that we were looking at the money set aside this year largely for consultation and for the early enabling works, but the majority of the money to deliver the scheme would be private investment. How much private investment will you be looking for to make the scheme viable, and are you certain that you can attract that investment?
Yeah, thanks for your question and for your continued cross-party support in terms of Runway 3 at Heathrow as well. So in this budget, so 25-26, and David can clarify which pots of money, but there's, I think, £8 million set aside for the pre-work, if you like, so designating the road from the council to TfL, the pre-consultation work, the consultation work, the Development Corporation work. Conversations have already begun with third parties in relation to their interest in relation to supporting this project. We would hope it would be completely financed from outside of the GLA and TfL in perpetuity. Because don't forget, the issue isn't just simply pedestrianising Oxford Street, then there's maintenance and so forth going forward, and so that's the ambition.
Any idea on how much broadly it might cost?
It depends on the consultation that takes place in terms of not just the Development Corporation, but thereafter as well. So it depends what project we come up with in relation to the scheme, what curations we have, are they temporary, are they permanent, and so forth and so forth. Just to remind you, the first phase is just one chunk of Oxford Street in relation to the project, and so the rest would happen later on. So it's not really helpful throwing around figures yet because it's in phases.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's all the questions on this section. We now move on to the London Assembly section. Is there any member that wishes to ask any questions about the London Assembly part of the budget? No? In which case we'll now move on to the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, and I'll call on Assembly Member Duval to lead off the questions on this section.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mayor, I welcome the earlier news announcement that you made in terms of a further stabilisation of the Metropolitan Police Service in terms of the issue around the performance in certain areas. We know there's still more work to do, but can you, I think on behalf of the Assembly, I hope I can say this on behalf of the Assembly, pass now thanks to the Commissioner and his senior management team for that improvement in that areas of performance. Can we return to look, there is a sea change, and I think you rightly pointed out over the last 14 years about the money that's been given to the Metropolitan Police Service by central government. 6%, you're continuing support to fund prevention as well as police activities in terms of forcing down crime, as you know, is delivering some results in some areas. I think there is an issue about the detail now about the MOPAC's budget and the earlier intervention by the other side around the cuts and minimising the cuts. When will we see some of the detail of those cuts? And do you believe, can you give us an insight into the discussions that you're having with the Metropolitan Police Service in overseeing this difficult part of the process where we've had major increases, but it's not quite enough, and we've still got a gap?
I listen carefully to your question. Just to explain that you use the word cuts that the police have got to make next year. They'd be even bigger if these guys were in power, because you've just heard they want to have £58 million less going to the Met Police Service next year than I'm going to give to the Met Police Service, and that's aside from the additional money we're receiving because we've got a change in government. So that's the first point to make. So the whole will be even bigger, but for my draft budget today and the support that I've managed to get from the government. The second point I make is the Commission's made it quite clear it's no longer possible for efficiencies alone to close the gap. It's no longer possible. There is no more fat. We're now cutting bone, and that's nonsensical when it comes to a police service. The good news is, since the Commissioner talked about a potential gap of £450 million, we've had the provisional police settlement. I heard the Commissioner use the words yesterday. It was more generous than he could have hoped for. Great news. £208 million. In 1 year, 4.5 times more than 14 years. In the NIC part of that, an increase of more than 34%, 60-odd million pounds more in NIC than we otherwise would get. So he's got that more than he expected. Secondly, I'm, in this draft budget, proposing a £14 increase to the police. If the Conservatives win, that means £58 million less for the police. So again, we're reducing the gap further. Record sum from the government. Hopefully, if we get our way in the Assembly, increase of £58 million from the police precept going up. And then there is a gap. So I'm not going to pretend there is not a gap. I'm still lobbying the government for some support in 25, 26. I'm not giving up the ghost of trying to lobby the government. So we're still going to work with the Met Police Service. MOPAC are working really hard. And here's the good news. Because of the changes we've made supporting the police, they've got a better grip of stats, numbers, information than they had previously. So MOPAC and Met Police Service working really close together to try and make sure we can have the final budget from the Met Police Service in the next few weeks. And that will include the numbers that you're keen to see, hopefully the next 2 weeks.
Yes, so to update the Assembly, the Met has gone through the process of looking at the additional government funding and deciding what to do. Yesterday, I understand they presented their thinking on that to MOPAC. I haven't seen it yet, but clearly it will come towards myself and the Mayor in the next week or so. And so, yeah, we will be able to settle that out in the final draft budget, which we publish on the 17th of February.
And in that final budget, will the police detail about some of the options around, you know, in terms of that? And this is really the detail, so we fully understand what's going on with the police service and how it's tackling crime in the future. For instance, we heard earlier on about police cadets. I could equally make the case around the role of specials in supporting our police in their activities and deterring and tackling crime in our communities. So will we see that level of detail when we come to that final round? Will the police be publishing, not necessarily you, because you don't have to in that sense, but the police publishing some of those issues in that detail where we can track what's happening to our services?
Yeah, I mean, normally you'd see that level of detail in the final MOPAC budget in March, but I think we'll take that point away, Assembly member, and see, whilst Assembly Garrett rightly points out the progress we've made to try and simplify the budget documents, there's a transparency point, and so we'll look at how best to make that available to Assembly members.
And I've got to say it, and I don't know, because the opposition have been part of lobbying for some of it. Well done, because the NIC grant is something that we've been supporting you, Mr. Mayor, on and wanting to see that increase, and that's a fantastic outcome in terms of the recognition of that. But on the whole, in terms of the level of central government support in terms of supporting the police service, it's clearly got to be something welcomed. I'm not hearing that at all on the other side. I hear it as being part of, I'm not denying there's not more problems. We know in tackling crime there are always going to be complex and challenging issues that we need to deal with. I just don't understand that. So well done, and I want to thank you for the work that you've put in, particularly in lobbying this government for what they need to do.
Can I just before we move on, Chair, just go back to the point that the member began with, which is to thank and congratulate Sir Mark Rowley and Dame Lynn Owens for their leadership over the last few years in turning around. We're not perfect in turning around the Met Police Service. Can also thank the HMI, Sir Andy Cook and Lee Freeman, who've really helped us on this journey. It's really important to recognise the progress made. To give you an idea of our investment in the transformation, 23-24 we spent £85 million on this, 24-25 £181 million, and next year we're spending £211 million as part of this transformation of the Met Police Service. and it's really important to pay tribute to not just the leadership, but every police officer and member of staff who've been part of the work that's been undertaken to turn around the police service so we get the police service that we deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. I agree the NIC money is very good, and we've all lobbied, haven't we, Len, for that over the time, so that's good. Can I just confirm, though, the increase in money to the police, 44.8 million of that is for the national insurance, to cover the national insurance increase?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so really it goes straight back to the government, doesn't it? What a wonderful government this is. 44.8 million of the additional money actually goes straight back into the coffers because it's this appalling national insurance increase that everybody is having to pay, except some bodies, which of course get the money back, and then the mayor gets to say,
under
oh,
the
this is
previous
wonderful.
government when they increased national insurance, it's exactly the same situation.
I'm talking about the 44.8. Yeah. Right, OK. Have you any idea, this time next year, how many police officers we can expect to be in the Metropolitan Police?
So the Commission will be setting out what the target is for March 2025. The good news, which all Londoners will appreciate, is it will be nowhere near the low figures it was under the previous government of 29,924.
Yeah, under you, actually, Mr Mayor, because whilst you like to blame everybody else, you have, unfortunately, been in this position for 8 years in charge of the police. So I'm sure it's one of the first things you do ask the Commissioner, surely. How many do you think, approximately, I won't hold you to the single numbers, how many police officers do you think London is going to have in a year's time?
Well, Chair, I think the Chief of Staff set out the process of the Met Police Service publishing its budget. They're looking at the numbers in relation to what we've given them. I'm quite clear. I've increased the amount of money they receive from us so we can have more police officers.
Okay,
but
why
also,
don't you just say, I have no idea? Because that would be an honest response. You clearly have no idea. I don't mind if it's to the 1,000, but you clearly have no idea. Now, can I ask you, since you keep saying how important safety is, and of course we all agree on that, can you tell me, if you get this bumper windfall that we see every single year of around £200 million, can you guarantee us all that that money will go into policing? Because Londoners would like it to, I am sure.
Well, if I could just go back to the previous question, which is the Commissioner making it quite clear that he feels the Met Police Service is bent out of shape. What that means is I won't criticise him for wanting to, for example, employ more forensics officers or to employ other members of the police service who are staff to help the police do their job on the front line as well. So it's not just about frontline officers, important though they are. It's also making sure the Met Police Service has the expertise they need to fight modern policing. Fraud being a good example of non-warranted staff who can do good work.
Can you tell me, is extra money going to be put, and I'm sure since last week somebody has actually explained to you what a grooming gang is and how horrific they are. So since somebody now must have told you exactly what they are you going to ask that some money is ring-fenced to actually look into that in London, so the next time I ask you about grooming gangs, you can tell me what the Metropolitan Police are doing about them?
Well, firstly, it's really important when you have a conversation of this nature, you think about the victims of child sexual exploitation.
I'm on a clock. Can you just give the answer? Will you? Will you make sure some money is ring-fenced to look at this grooming gang problem we have? Yes or no? I'm
really surprised that the member doesn't know how operational independence works in our police service in this country.
You should never be surprised, Mr Mayor. You're not going to answer. Thank you, Chairman.
Assembly Member Garbutt, please.
Morning. When I was elected back in May, I've spent lots of time looking into the Met spending. I'm coming from a background in the NHS and in the councils and budget setting and being really scrutinised for how I spend every penny of the NHS's money. I've been asking lots of questions about how the Met spends money. I asked you about how much was spent on drug policing, and I haven't had clear answers, so I'm not sure the Met understands how much it spends on drug policing in totality. I also discovered that police in schools doubled within a 10-year period without any proper review. And I asked some questions through committee about cost-benefit analysis and got an answer that talked about a business case process within the Met, but coming from the NHS, I know that sometimes sits outside of major decision making. So my question within the context of the budget is, how can you be confident that the Met aren't doing things that aren't effective or actively harmful if we don't really understand how they're spending their money?
Well, I think you're conflating money spent on policing and the consequences in terms of cost-benefit analysis. And I say in a respectful way, I'm not sure if the NHS is the best comparator when it comes to value for money. Compare that to the current Met Police Service in relation to them knowing where the money's going. You give the example of drugs. I mean, the reason why it's difficult to actually silo out how much money is spent in drug prevention is because any police officer on any day can have to deal with the drugs issue. Any call handler on any day could have to deal with the drugs overdose issue and so forth. So it's quite difficult in relation to addressing that issue. But the Met Police Service in the past haven't had a grip in relation to how they're spending money. If you'd have asked previous commissioners to even let you know how many officers are fit to pound the beat, they won't be able to give you that number. This leadership team doesn't have a better grip because of some of the changes we've brought in over the last few years, some of which has cost us money, not in frontline officers, but in backroom operations and changing the equipment and so forth. And so there is better information now, which I'm sure the Met could provide you if you've got specific questions.
Yeah, so I think my specific question on drug policing is it's seen as a priority, and we know that drug deaths and things are increasing. So it's just how we're really looking at that evidence, which takes me to my next question. So I asked a panel guest at the Police and Crime Committee how the Met considers evidence. And obviously that's really important if you're setting a budget and delivering programmes. And this guest said that the police don't listen to experts. They don't consider the impact on communities most affected. And communities most affected are fed up with talking to the police as nothing changes. And I just wondered if you agreed with those sentiments.
So we've got to be clear. The job of the police is to enforce the law. I mean, it's not difficult. Police officers should try and park their prejudices and their own personal views about drugs laws and enforce the law. So I don't criticise the police for enforcing the law.
But if you were saying you're taking a public health approach, which is what you set out in your police and crime plan, that you want to take a public health approach to drugs, that means listening to evidence from the Faculty of Public Health, the Royal Society of Public Health, which all talk about decriminalising drugs and taking a different approach. So within the context of looking at evidence, and that takes me to my third question, which was going to be about the Drugs Commission. And if the Drugs Commission was here, it might have been recommending a different approach, and we could have been having a different conversation.
Well, not unless you change national laws. I mean, the police apply the laws passed by Parliament. I mean, the conversation you're having with me is one the London Health Board could all be having, and you've been to a session of the Drugs Forum. But as far as our budget for next year is concerned, as far as the job of the Commissioner and his officers is concerned, is to enforce the law as it is, not as it ought to be, in your view.
And so when is your Drug Commission going to publish? Because this is something that was promised back in 2022, and it could have been changing the way policing is happening. One of its main aims was to look at the disproportionate policing of young black boys through cannabis policing. So if we'd had that now, we might have been having a different conversation about how the police were using its resources within the context of maybe looking at policing drugs in a different way. So when's the Commission going to make its report?
It'll be published in the early part of this year.
OK, thank you, Mr Mayor. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner listed a whole lot of operational units which may be cut in the worst-case scenario earlier, just last year. Now that, obviously, we've got all of this additional money that you've been talking about from government, and if your budget is passed, we'll be given an extra mayoral preset boost, we're no longer in worst-case scenario areas. So which of the operational units would you be stepping in to say to the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, don't touch that?
No, as ever, thanks for your question, which is quite astute. So what the Commissioner's done is he's worked out a number of workforce efficiencies. I'm using the word efficiencies because it equates to money. Non-workforce efficiencies, workforce efficiencies. Within the workforce efficiencies, police officer, non-police officer, and so forth and so forth. Now, there's two basic things you could do. One is top slicing all of that equally, or prioritise some areas over others. Can I reassure you that he's heard loud and clear the points you've made to him indirectly through me? Indeed, my Chief of Staff was on a conversation with the Met Police Service this week and reminded them of the points that have been raised in the Assembly from you and others about the importance you place to local specialist knowledge when it comes to whether it's parks or whatever. And that's one of the reasons why when the Commissioner tells me his priority is neighbourhood policing, and by the way, HMI were very complimentary about neighbourhood policing this week, response and public protection. I'm hoping it reassures you that the concerns you have, particularly in your patch, will be addressed.
Thank you. One quick other question. We heard from Adrian Scott, the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer for the Metropolitan Police, that we would be seeing the estate strategy published this quarter. Can you give us an assurance that that will be published this quarter?
I saw that and fell off my chair.
Yep.
Because I thought that was bold. The reason why it's bold is because I think it'd be odd for the Commissioner to publish that before the CSR, right? Because if it's saying the CSR, we get a settlement for 2-3 years that leads to a different profile to the one we published in 2 weeks' time. We'd kick ourselves if we sold off an asset that we need. But the key thing is we want, neighbourhood teams to be near where they're policing and stuff, and that's really live.
I would just make the case for Teddington Police Station. It isn't needed, and we could have a small police base housed there, and you could have a capital receipt to assist with the police budget.
Well, and I'd say back to the member in respectful ways, as the leader of the council, we're quite keen to work with the councils on co-location. And again, not just he wears a number of hats, but London councils as well. If you could speak to them as well about other leaders about co-location is a really good way of pooling resources, but meaning that offices are near to communities.
Thank you. And going on the clock, Mr. Mayor, not all heroes wear uniforms. The 400 back office staff who do such vital jobs in supporting frontline officers may very well lose their jobs as a part of the Commissioner's plan. Who will do the work of those 400?
Chair, forgive me, it's my fault, not yours. Which 400 staff does he mean?
Back office staff.
Which ones?
In the Met. In the Metropolitan.
We have lots of back office staff. Which particular ones does he mean?
You're going to have 400 less.
So that, I think that refers to the worst case savings and the Commissioner's estimates of what that might mean in terms of officers and in terms of staff. We'll see what the numbers are as the Commissioner works through the additional government funding. In fact, what I think the Commissioner would say if he was here is that his view is, and I think the statistics bear this out, that the ratio between police staff and police officers isn't where it should be, and police officers need more support from police staff. And we have a number of warranted police officers doing things that should be done by staff. So I think what we're going to see when we get the final proposals is the Commissioner is looking at where actually can we have more staff in roles to free up and get police officers out onto the front line. And what that then will mean in turn is that if there are some activities that need to either cease or reduce, and that impacts on specific police staff working on those, there may well be other opportunities that they can move into.
So there will be no reduction in back office staff, or there will?
No. So the Commissioner has set out what he would have done if the funding situation was as we believed it to be in November. Now we have the additional funding from the government, and the Mayor set out his precept proposals. The Commissioner is looking again at that and seeing what of the services that he may need to have reduced or even certain things stopped, how that will change. So that will change that number. I'm sure there still are some things that are going to need to reduce, and so I'm sure that there will be some things currently done by police staff that they will be impacted. But equally, as I say, the Commissioner is trying to get more police staff into post to free up officers, and so to be honest, it's a complicated picture, and we'll clearly need to think about how we can set it out the best we can in the final MOPAC budget.
I can't say I understood that, but I've got a month and a bit to understand it by the time of the final budget meeting. I think, unless there are other questions on this section, I would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for 10 minutes and return at 11:30 before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Is everyone agreed with that? Yeah, good. Welcome back, members. The next section to be debated for the Mayor to answer questions on is on Transport for London, and the first question on that subject is from Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and panel. We've already touched on the issue of Heathrow expansion, but my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is in the event that the government do go ahead with it, would you still be minded, as you were in the past, to put in a judicial review?
So if a client came to me as a lawyer and said, can you give me advice on challenging a decision that's not been taken, I'd say save your money and come back when the decision's been taken. As somebody who's a potential client, I'm not going to go to a lawyer and ask for advice about a judicial review before there's been a decision taken. This is all speculation. So Heathrow haven't published any plans for a new runway. There's been no review of the airport national policy statement. There's no national framework. The government's made no announcement in relation to this issue. The Prime Minister this week said it's pure speculation. So I can't comment on the future merits of a case. What I can say is my views haven't changed in relation to a new runway. As I spoke earlier this morning and last week, any increase in aviation capacity, in my view, would have to be in accordance with the recommendations made by the well-respected Climate Change Committee. Three big issues that need to be addressed is in relation to carbon emissions, or greenhouse emissions, air quality, and noise pollution.
So would you not feel it prudent to maybe have some contingency in your budget in the case that there is a need to do that? And what's your view on the news we had this morning that the government plans to change the law to restrict people's right to challenge issues like this?
Well, look, all I've got is what I've seen in the media. I've not seen the amendment to the bill or the relevant provision of the bill that the MHCLG will be taken through. What the Prime Minister has said is that cases that are, and I quote, totally without merit shouldn't have additional rights of appeal. I'm somebody who's been at the receiving end of cases that are totally without merit, and then people are then sought to appeal them, which wastes a huge amount of time, effort, and money. We end up winning their case, and those cases are struck out. What the government is not saying is the abolition of judicial review. I think people should have the ability to challenge the decisions of public authorities before a judge. That's what a judicial review is. But cases that are totally without merit, I don't think should have the sort of situation where they can go on and on and on and on litigating. I'm determined to build the homes in London we need. I know they sometimes are challenged. I'm determined to make progress on, for example, the DLR extension, on the Bakerloo line extension, on the West London Orbital, and other schemes. So, I know that the challenges there can be with these JRs that lead to nowhere. We know that happened with the ULEZ expansion. All these Conservative councils wasting huge amounts of money on cases that went nowhere. But I understand it's an important part of our democracy, and they were right to have the ability to do so, which they did.
Just one other small matter, or not small matter necessarily. You will know that there are boroughs, Redbridge is one, Hammersmith and Fulham more so, who have issues with bridges. Are you going to make any provision to help those boroughs with these key routes?
So if the question is, are TfL going to use their resources to subsidise assets owned by councils? The answer is we can't afford to do so. Our focus in terms of capital is on maintenance, on renewal and on growth of our assets. We simply haven't got the funds to spend on assets that we don't own.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair, morning, everyone. My question is about how you take into account equality when setting the Transport for London budget. It's particularly in reference to the work on access and inclusion we've been doing in the Transport Committee. So can you explain how you are assured that the TfL budget is equitably allocating money across transport so that those who most need it have appropriate amounts of support?
Yeah, thanks. That's a really important question. Look, if public transport is what it says on the tin, it should be transport for all the public, and that includes people who either have protected characteristics or disability, including disabilities and so forth. So TfL does a number of things on top of the equality impact assessments we do, which we're required to do. So we have an inclusive transport forum that we engage with regularly in relation to any policies we have. On the TfL board, there's expertise in relation to this issue, and we try to make sure we walk in the shoes of those who are Londoners who may need additional support. So, for example, issues to do with toilets, issues to do with step-free, issues to do with colours of signage, issues to do with the colours of seating and so forth. All those things are taken into account at the design and conceive phase rather than retrofitting after the event.
Yeah, thanks. That's really helpful. A lot of the things that you're describing there are quite a long way downstream from setting the budget, of course. And one of the problems with the quality impact assessments when they're done on specific projects is there's a limited amount that they can do to mitigate it if fundamentally the project is not putting money into a scheme that is conceived to benefit the widest range of Londoners. So we have been trying to sort of understand at the budget setting phase what methods, whether there is an equality impact assessment done then to assess where the budget is put, or whether it's simply done through existing programmes like Equity in Motion, which of course is a great document, but is a list of projects rather than actually a sort of an assessment of budget. So can you give us any clarity on this?
Yeah, the Mayor's transport strategy sets out some of the issues that you're concerned about, rightly so, by the way, as does the assumptions made in the business plan that TfL work on. On the TfL board, there are committees that look into this in particular as well, that feed into the process when it comes to budget setting. You'll be aware this budget is just for 1 year as far as TfL are concerned. They've delayed their longer term plan after the CSR. But I'll give you one example. When it comes to us lobbying for and then securing money for capital money, our focus was additional buses in outer London. One of the reasons was because we know poorer Londoners live in outer London. We know, Black, Asian, large ethnic Londoners tend to be from poorer communities. They will be using these buses. Disabled Londoners and so forth, bigger proportion live in outer London. So that's a good example of a capital priority, more buses in outer London, more bus routes, being pivoted towards addressing an issue about the sort of communities that you care about, with protected characteristics, or those hitherto not represented in our policies.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and I was going to talk about buses, surprise, surprise. And I think that the investment in buses in outer London is really important, but in some cases that's come at a cost to buses in inner London where routes have been curtailed or people need to then change more. And just as a sort of example of the sort of thing I'm talking about, obviously we have good programmes looking at violence against women and girls on transport. These are really, really important. But when actually the impact of some of the budgeting decisions is that women have to change more often and wait longer at bus stops, then automatically you're building that in whilst then further down the line putting in money to projects to solve a problem that is sort of being exacerbated by budgeting decisions. So it's sort of those sort of basic level. What is the impact of rebalancing these budgets and whether that's really considered at this stage? And I can't really see where that sort of assessment is done on the budget from an equalities point of view.
Well, with respect, you want on a budget to see that.
Yeah.
There are other places to see that. But I'll give you an example of an issue that addresses your concern. Just one example, which is there was a concern from the Jewish community that changing buses to go from Stamford Hill to Golders Green, it happens to be Finsbury Park, that change of a bus caused additional concern to that community. So we've now got a bus running through without needing to change that single decker that deals with the issue of the bridge. So I understand the concern you're addressing. So I'd answer it twofold. One is in central and inner London, don't forget, there are alternatives to buses that there aren't in outer London, which is really important. And so there are more options in central and inner London. The second big game changer is the audits that we started doing at TfL. Again, nobody else does these audits to address the very issue you're saying. So my experience in public transport will, for obvious reasons, be different to yours. And so these audits are women-led, women-conceived, and so we're going around London to work out where there are other issues that you've identified so we can address them. And you've given a really good example of Vogue, women being scared and therefore changing their travel patterns because they don't want to be at a bus stop, maybe waiting 10, 15 minutes by themselves because of the interchange. So that's one of the things we hope the audit will come back with, and we'll look at the audit and then respond accordingly, whether it's changing routes, whether it's public realm, whether it's lighting. CCTV in bus stops is a new thing we're doing, piloting. And so you're raising really important points, which hopefully TfL are addressing, but if there's any additional points you have, please feel free to feed them in, because we want to make sure, I meant what I said, public transport should be for everyone, including women and girls who may be scared for the reasons you allude to.
OK, thanks very much. I'll take you up on that. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the panel. Your Vision Zero plan is due to be refreshed this year, and you're not waiting for anything new to be invented. The tools to reduce road danger already exist. It's things like safer junctions, pedestrian crossings, lower speeds. And you still need to reduce by more than half the number of people who are killed or seriously injured on London streets by 2030. So will you ensure that when you come back with your final budget, that you increase TfL's spending on measures that support Vision Zero, like things like pedestrian crossings?
So, firstly, to push back, there are things being invented that weren't here 3-4 years ago. Bus driver fatigue devices, different to what it was 3 years ago, which affects road safety. Really important, particularly because we want to get to zero deaths or injuries caused by our buses. The other big change, of course, is the amount of capital money we receive. Really important in terms of roads and junctions and so forth. So, listen, you know my commitment to this area. I'm more than happy to go and look at what more we can do. But there is a challenge, which is the legacy of lack of capital support when it comes to this area. But let me go away and see what more we can do to address the issue.
Thank you. I think Londoners, particularly people on the very lowest incomes who live in outer London, who walk to catch the bus, often along very busy main roads, will be glad to hear that you're going to take that away. Now, you've funded transport policing from the TfL budget before. When I chaired the Police and Crime Committee, we looked at police investigation of serious injury collisions and the importance of resourcing investigations to get justice for victims. Better investigation of all collisions would also tackle the harm of hit and run. So can you ensure that in the final budget there is funding for the police to play their part in helping you meet your Vision Zero targets?
So there are two sources of funding TfL gives to do with this issue. One is to British Transport Police, in terms of our trains, I'm speaking in general terms. Two is the Met Police in terms of roads and other issues. And so that money's been allocated in terms of 25-26. I'm not sure if the member's asking for additional money to the money we're talking about to BTP and Met Police Service.
I am asking for additional money. The Police and Crime Committee report into serious injury collisions noted that the Met are under-resourced in terms of doing that work, which makes such a difference to both the victims who are seriously injured and obviously the families of people who die.
I can take that away both for TfL and Met Police Service. I'm not sure how confident I am. Clearly, the Met Police Service would like another income stream, obvious reasons. TfL would obviously be concerned because they've set out their budget for 25-26 in relation to what they want to spend next year. Clearly, if money's been diverted to policing from 25-26, it's got to come from somewhere else because there isn't any additional money for TfL. But I'm sure the member will respond to the consultation and we'll take on more of those points.
Thank you. And then I've finally just got one wee question that I want to squeeze in on TfL toilets. You've now got your feasibility study, but are you ready to add further money to invest in toilets now that you have established that urgent need?
So should the money go to the toilets or to policing? I'm unclear. Or to Vision Zero. I mean, that's just. I mean, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
All three, Mr. Mayor. All three. They're all important.
Yeah, I bet. Look, firstly, can I just commend you for your campaign on this, which is really important. I'm not sure how much additional money there is. The fact we've guaranteed for at least 5 years, gives some confidence to this area. But the good news is we've leveraged in money when it comes to the requirement now is whenever any station is being done up, they've got to make sure they look at toilets and provide a toilet. Whenever a developer's working on a toilet on step 3, we look at a toilet. So that's additional gain we're getting on top of the £50 million over the next 5 years.
Yeah, and that's incredibly welcome. But I'm really hoping that you can actually invest more than £3 million a year on toilets. The gaps between the stations are still going to be far too long for many of the people who urgently need to access a toilet. I'm sure Londoners will be bursting to hear more, but I'm out of time.
Sorry, it's a bit of a pun-a-thon over there, but Assembly Member Towell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor, and to the panel. Mr Mayor, since 2016, £20 million has been cut from the money councils receive from TfL towards repairing potholes and other maintenance on the principal road network. That's about a 95% reduction. Does this budget ensure that TfL will pay its share of the maintenance costs on the principal road network?
Yeah, and the member will be aware the reason why the money was reduced is because during the pandemic the money didn't come from the centre, which couldn't be passed on to councils. I think my Chief of Staff's looking for the figure for LIP next year. We're trying to support councils next year for the reasons you've alluded to and stuff. We'll give you the figure, but we are trying to support councils. Now we've got more certainty about capital, but also there's a backfill because obviously there's been years where they couldn't do the work, and while you'll have noticed the deterioration of some of our roads.
So TfL's Safe and Healthy Streets funding for next year is set at £153.4 million and is expected to increase in line with inflation thereafter. TfL's still going through the process to see how that divides down between the things they do themselves and the borough-led work, but they expect that the LIP funding will be about half that £153 million figure. And they think that split will increase in future years as they make available funding for the new Borough Safer Streets and Speeds programme.
Thank you for that answer, and sticking with you on this, David. Is from those figures you've just read out, do you have a specific sum for how much will be paid towards the principal road network?
I'm afraid I don't know. We can try and pick that up in correspondence if need be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just the conversation you were having with Assembly Member Prince before, it struck me that you said that cases without merit shouldn't be reviewed. Totally without merit. How would you know that, though, until it had been reviewed?
All I'm getting is on the press reports of the... So what, as I understand it, is if the judge at first instance certifies this case is totally without merit, that reduces the chances of appealing. And just to remind, he knows this, but there's a permission stage, which is like the first hurdle you've got to overcome. First on paper, then oral. You then get permission to go to the substantive hearing, which if you lose, you can then appeal to the Court of Appeal, then the Supreme Court. My understanding from the proposals as published today in the media is, without seeing the clauses, if a judge certifies a case is totally without merit, it reduces your ability for the further appeals. That's my understanding.
I'm sure we'll return to this once we've seen the actual clause, but that's a reasonable answer. I just want to turn to one other subject now, power purchase agreements and solar wires. Do you have any update on where you're up to?
Yeah, David's going to timelines, but yes, the good news is we're in the final phases of procurement for the PPA. This year we'll have that done and dusted. David's getting the timelines. The better news for all of us is our experience with the first PPA means we can be much faster with the next PPA. This is not mission accomplished, PPA 1, because that's only 10%. And so, but our experience, but also the market's change for the better, means we're really confident for the next one.
Thank you. David, the countdown music's starting. If you don't get timelines, could you write to me with them?
Yes, I've got a meeting next week, so maybe after that we'll come back.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mahfouz, please.
Thank you, Chair. As part of these set of proposals, you've allocated some funding for design, consultation and enabling to deliver what will be a game changer for Outer London in terms of Superloop 2. How do you envisage this
budget delivering on that manifesto pledge?
Well, I think we've been pleasantly surprised by the success of Superloop. It's just beyond our expectations. We often try things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. And I'm going to encourage that in TfL. And Superloop has been a huge success. So with Superloop 2, we're speaking to councils, community groups. Ellie's point about making sure those who have protected characteristics are also listened to as well, in relation to the route, in relation to the design, and so forth. And we're making good progress in terms of pre-consultation conversations. And so we hope this year to set out what the ambition is going to be for Superloop 2. Separately, we're also looking into the possibility of Bakerloop 2. So you'll be aware about the plans for us to extend the Bakerloo line south. A train line extension takes years for it to be completed. Question, can we not have a bus route on the potential route in advance of that to try and stimulate the housing market, jobs and so forth? And that's another example of some things we're looking into.
So really significant progress in the year to come, so that's really welcome. Just very, very quickly, we know that obviously, again, also capital investment under this new Labour government is massively increased, so investment in things like the Piccadilly line, Elizabeth line trains, and also in terms of signalling will significantly improve this financial year. Can you just tell us quickly what that means?
So you'll be aware of the problems we've had, for example, the Piccadilly line trains. These are old trains that should have been put out a while ago. Good example of the difference this money is going to make is new trains in the Pick line, but also looking at if we can improve signalling as well. The DLR trains will be completely changed as well. We're looking into now new trains for the Bakerloo line. They're the oldest trains in the country. They're as old as me, which shows how old they are. And so that work can begin as well.
Looking forward to seeing those trains being moved into Covent Garden in the museum there in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And if we can go on the clock, I'm going to be asking a question. Why is Highgate Station not considered a priority for the installation of a lift, bearing in mind its poor record of escalator breakdowns and its inaccessibility for people using wheelchairs?
I'm not on top of that particular station. We've got 272 underground stations. There is a criteria for the next phase of step-free access. There are currently design works been undertaken on, I think, 12 stations to do with step-free. I'm not sure if Highgate's one of those stations. Chair, can I take it away and come back to you in relation to that particular station and what can be done about it?
I would appreciate that if you could come back to me on Highgate stations particularly. Wouldn't there be more of a chance for such schemes to go ahead for level access, to go ahead if you hadn't starved TfL of funds through your fares freeze? In fact, £1 billion worth of funds through your fares freeze.
I'm not sure where the chair gets that figure from, but we've had quite a few fares freezes, so let me deal with each one. So the first fares freeze in 2016, beg pardon, 2017, 2018, that cost to the tune of £120 million, which was through efficiencies. When I became mayor, every year before I'd been mayor, we'd had deficits in the TfL budget. So what I promised was to get rid of the fat in TfL. And so to make efficiency savings year on year in my first term as mayor. So in addition to freezing fares, we managed to reduce our deficits. We're projected to have operating surplus by 2023. So all the savings made in relation to efficiencies led to the number of step-free stations going up. So in addition to freezing fares, they went up by 42% on the previous guy. We went from only a quarter of our stations in underground being step-free to a third being step-free because of our investment. And what we've done last year in relation to the fares freeze is we're giving to TfL in perpetuity the amount of monies lost by the fares freeze, inverted commas, which means TfL will not lose any money by us freezing fares, but Londoners will benefit by us freezing fares. And the target is for us to go from a third of our underground stations being step-free to half by the end of this decade, including 2 coming on stream this year. As I said, we're working on 12 further stations, and the great news is, in addition to the underground leading the way. We've got the overground, or the stations being 60% stations there being step-free, all the tram stations being step-free, all 41 Liz line stations being step-free, 95% of our bus stops being step-free as well.
When?
95% are step-free now.
No, when can we expect the those stations that are currently in need of lifts to have lifts?
Half of our underground stations will be step-free by the end of this decade.
And the remainder?
They all depend on capital money. He'll be aware that many of these stations are Victorian stations that require a considerable amount of money to be changed. The stations where it's easier to be made step-free, if there are the criteria is met, for example, passenger numbers, for example, interchange, for example, toilets and so forth, for example, developer money, for example, third-party money, clearly they can take place sooner rather than later. It will never be the case, by the way, that all of our 272 underground stations will be step-free.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just that people at Highgate who use Highgate Station, I think they're in the other half, the one that are not going to get a lift. So I look forward to your correspondence to ensure them that they are part of that group of stations that are going to be upgraded. Thank you. Assembly Member Hall?
On the file.
Oh, on the file. Anybody else on this section? Assembly Member Harani.
Thank you. So the previous Mayor, Boris Johnson, completely paused the step-free programme, and that meant that stations or areas where we knew there was real demand, such as Harrow-on-the-Hill and Sudbury Hill, which now have their lifts installed, there's been a huge backlog, and we could have been even further in terms of your target of step-free by 2030, half of all stations step-free by 2030. What impact is this budget having now on clearing that backlog?
I mean, can I thank him for his question and the information in his question, which it's worth reminding ourselves. So the previous one, not only did he increase fares by 42%, he stopped all the step-free access plans that Ken Livingstone had. So no investment on step-free fares went up. The operating deficit of TfL continued to go up, and we've addressed all three of those issues during my mayoralty, and are going to carry on investing in step-free on the underground, really important. And we were both at the opening of those step-free stations, and they were great days.
Thank you, and I look forward to Alberton and Neasden joining that list, who've already had their feasibility studies announced.
Are there any other questions on the Transport for London section? No. We'll now move on to the London Fire Commissioner section, and the lead-off question will be asked by Assembly Member Roberts, please.
Thank you, Chair. Since 2023, pay awards have tended to be larger than what's been budgeted for. Last year by 1%, or about £4 million of revenue spend. And, of course, absorbing these unexpected costs is very hard for the brigade. The Commissioner and the Deputy Mayor for Fire have both publicly commented that the national cycle for negotiating pay awards for fire service staff is not well aligned with local government budgeting and needs to be changed. Mr. Mayor, do you support this view?
I do. And actually, we're in a better position than other fire rescue services because, for obvious reasons, and we've set aside some money for this. Other fire rescue services really feel it even more than we do, to the point of insolvency, and that's why it's really important for this to be addressed.
Okay. And what will you do to help ensure that there's alignment in the two processes?
Well, can I assure the member that we're in sync with the Commission in relation to lobbying the government on this point. The frustration for us is actually we've got great relations with the FBU, but these are national negotiations that take place in the National Joint Chief Councils, and as you said, we're not parties in negotiations, yet we're responsible for the consequences of the outcome, so it's frustrating.
What would be the consequences for the London Fire Brigade if the pay award is higher than budgeted for this year?
Well, being blunt, we'll have to find. We've got to find the difference from question third-party government, or frankly speaking, having to find additional savings elsewhere to fill the delta, and that's one of the reasons why we've been prudent, set aside some money, but if the pay award is higher than the money we've set aside, then it comes to tough choices, I'm afraid.
Thank you. One of the issues that we touched on in the budget process was the modern firefighter training programme. Will you ensure that it's properly funded beyond the next financial year?
I've not got information on that particular pot.
So that programme has been, since it started, was funded from reserves because LFB had essentially a windfall that went into a reserve that could be used for that purpose. So, yeah, looking to future years, we're building that into the budget, and yeah, that is part of why when you look at later years, the budget gap is bigger than the one we currently have to deal with for 25-26.
Thank you. Just staying with the modern firefighter training, one possible avenue to explore is the use of the Adult Skills Fund to continue the programme between 2025 and 26. Would you commit to exploring that particular avenue, should there be the opportunity?
I mean, we can certainly speak to the team. I know there are a lot of restrictions about how much of the adult education budget can be spent, and there's a lot of competition beyond that, because obviously we want to invest in giving Londoners the skills so that they can get into the growth industries of the future, and doing that will be a big part of the London Growth Plan when that's published next month, but we certainly can check in with the team on that.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning. Mr. Mayor, there's been a lot of talk about how the new way in which the government is going to fund regional and local government will impact the way we can plan and we can spend money and we can invest in our services. I'm wondering if you can tell us how the government funding announcement and the provisional local government finance settlement affects London Fire Brigade's budget.
Well, it might be the current system's not working, the year-on-year stuff. I mean, Gareth asked a very good question about training in subsequent years. If we had a multi-year settlement, I could answer that question more confidently in relation to your legitimate question, what happens in 26, 27 and stuff. And so what we've been lobbying the government for, the previous government, unsuccessfully, this government successfully, is to have multi-year deals. It means we can plan better. It means we've got certainty. But also it means we can save money on procurement and other issues as well. So we think, without necessarily being guaranteed a bigger cheque for 3 years versus 1 times 3, that certainty of knowing what the amount of money is going to be is really important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it is that ability to plan. So one thing, when I'm visiting fire stations and I speak with firefighters across London, one thing that is highlighted to me is that you've not closed any fire stations. You've not cut back on fire staff. We've heard from the Commissioner just last week that actually he feels the number of firefighters we have in London is adequate, even if it's less than other major cities. But still, he feels he has enough officers to keep Londoners safe. I'm just wondering, so in your budget there's a proposal for an uplift to support the London Fire Brigade. Could you outline what that money is for?
I was looking at the figure now because I was surprised to receive representations a little while ago from the Conservatives not to raise the precept. So my plans to raise the precept by 3%, all of which goes to the fire service, is £18 million that I'll receive next year and in perpetuity. So as I set out, because of decisions made by the previous mayor, the London Fire Brigade is £150 million less well off, 150 less well off because of his decisions. On top of that, there are £150 million less well off because of central government rule term cuts. If I listen to representations made by the Conservatives, they'd be £18 million worse off next year. And that would mean, for example, me not being able to guarantee no fire station closing down, fire engines being sold off, firefighters losing their jobs, and so forth. And you've experienced the great work of the fire service because of the resources we've invested. You've read the report from His Majesty's Inspectorate in relation to the recent inspection. That won't be possible but for our investment, and that's another reason why I suspect why last May Londoners voted for me rather than the Conservative.
Thank you for that. I mean, but for that investment in our fire brigade, we've seen a
according to the HMI and certainly according to the experience of Londoners, we now see a fire brigade that's better able to respond and better able to keep Londoners safe. So I want to thank you for your ongoing support of the London Fire Brigade, and I will hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. I really have heard some nonsense this morning, Mr. Mayor. Absolute nonsense. Now, this job tax or employers' national insurance increase, which has been brought in by the Labour government, is actually costing businesses a fortune and, of course, will lead to more and more people losing their jobs. Now, if we look at the fire brigade, how exactly is this dreadful working tax going to affect them?
Well, this is not the first time over the last 9 years where a government has brought in national insurance employers' contributions. We've got some experience from previous government decisions in relation to what happens.
Can we just concentrate on this, please, on the question? Every answer from you is like a history lesson on previous Conservative governments. Can we just talk about the budget that is in front of you today? Can you tell me how this dreadful job tax that your government has just brought in is going to affect the fire brigade?
So because we've experienced with the previous government bringing in national insurance contributions for employees, we know what's happened in the past, which forms our view in terms of what may happen in the future. And in the past, what the government's done when they've raised national insurance contributions for employees is to give us the monies that would cost us as an employer to pay that contribution. So we're hopeful, and this is a question asked of the Chief Financial Officer about an hour ago, that in the next 2 weeks we'll have a better idea of the contribution from the government, the current government, in relation to this contribution. That is as I understood it.
Yeah, what is the actual figure? I'll ask Faye, she'll give me a straightforward answer. Faye, how much will it cost the fire brigade, please?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I was trying to search it while you were talking. So can I come back to you in the meeting?
I've got the answer.
Oh,
you're out of time.
He always knows the answer.
I think you will.
No, I'm sure I should have asked David, who always knows the answer. David, can you just tell me what that figure is? I'm sure everybody round the table would like to know.
I think there was...
Mr Mayor, can I not just hear this figure?
Those are the rules, I'm afraid, Chair.
Do you know, if you knew the answer, which you don't, then you could have given it to me within time. You're a disgrace.
Assembly member, if what Mr Bellamy is going to say is one figure, say the figure, please.
I'm afraid it doesn't look like one figure. It looks like quite a few figures. Maybe next month.
However, I did hear an undertaking that the Assembly Member Hall would be written to, and I would urge you to do that as soon as possible. Are there any other questions concerning the London Fire Commissioner?
Surely Labour are interested to know the figure. Surely they want to know.
No. So we'll move on. We'll move on to the next section. We'll move on to the next section, which concerns the London Legacy Development Corporation, and the first question is from Assembly Member Small Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr Mayor. The LLDC is moving into its next phase with a new organisational structure in the next financial year. So how will your 25-26 budget allow the LLDC to meet their priority objectives?
Yeah, thanks for your really important question about a really important legacy of our great city. So the way the parks worked is basically 3 phases. The first phase was clearly setting up the site for the Olympics in 2012. The second phase was redeveloping the park, and we're now entering the third phase, which is making sure residents in that part of London see the benefits of the Olympics and the legacy going forward. And so you will see this year a transitioning in relation to the planning powers being given back to the local authorities rather than LLDC. You'll see a transitioning of the stadium being the responsibility coming to the GLA rather than the LLDC. And you'll see this year some real sources of pride in relation to the East Bank. Already, we've seen open the Royal College of Fashion, University Arts London. Already, we've seen UCL East open. Very shortly, we'll see Sadler's Wells East opening up. We'll very shortly see the V&A East opening up, and then the BBC opening up as well. So it's a story we can be really proud of in relation to the progress we've made. And the final part of the equation relevant to East Londoners is making sure those homes that are there are affordable for local Londoners. I was shocked to discover when I became mayor that the previous mayor had given permission for housing without thinking about the affordability of residents. We've made sure those homes are at least half are genuinely affordable. And so this year you'll see more and more homes either given permission, started or completed, that are affordable for local residents.
Yeah, and many Assembly members joined me on a visit to LLDC, and one of the real highlights was visiting that London College of Fashion campus and see it kind of bustling with creativity. As you said, one of the LLDC's priorities is to deliver a high quality and varied residential offer, which responds to that big local need. Could you just say a bit more about how that will be achieved in this budget?
Yeah, well, one of the jobs we had to do when we took over the mayoralty was to see if we could disentangle some of the permissions granted to the previous developers. The answer was we couldn't. So permissions had been granted where no thought had been given to affordable housing, and even where it was, there were dodgy definitions. So what we've sought to do is to maximise where we can affordable homes in those schemes already given permission, but actually look at the pieces of land that haven't been given permission to make sure the developers who, try and secure permission for those plots of land are building at least half that are genuinely affordable on the remaining sites. The good news is not only half the homes genuinely affordable, but more than 2/3 are family-sized homes, really important for Londoners. We've also made sure that the East Bank is attractive, which makes that court really, really beautiful, that part of London. You may not be aware, but that education and cultural quarter is the biggest investment in our city in terms of education and culture for more than 150 years. And that shows the sort of investment we've put into that part of the park, which makes the homes really attractive, right? Because you've got homes that are next to really attractive things.
And as I said, having visited it, I can definitely agree that they're creating quite a really attractive offer there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you. My question is to David, and it relates to some work that has been ongoing before the planning powers went back to the host boroughs in the LLDC area. And I just wondered if it were possible to have a conversation with you and LLDC and boroughs around provision of traveller pitches or a traveller pitch in the area which is sort of the boundary between Newham and Hackney. I know that I've had very positive responses from the development director of LLDC when she came to plenary, but I think in light of kind of delivering against commitments in the London plan and that wider affordable housing commitment, I'd be really grateful if that's something that could happen in the next, either post-budget or during this budget period.
Of course, Assembly Member, with the LLDC's planning powers having returned to boroughs, that's now a matter for the London Borough of Hackney to progress. The good news is that at this time the LLDC local plan is the one that still is in effect, and that has that site allocation in place. So that is the kind of use for that site unless and until London Borough of Hackney produces a new local plan that said anything to the contrary. Okay. So it's very much a question for the borough about how to progress that now. But clearly, if there's anything that LLDC was able to do in support of that, recognising their now transformed and reduced state, then obviously we'd be pleased to help with that.
Okay, no, I'd be really grateful for that, because I'm obviously very keen that monies that were in different budgets as the body was unwound, that they're not lost, and we can just understand that. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding the London Legacy Development Corporation? If not, we'll now go on to the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation, and the first question will be from Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. And again, Mayor, similarly with the Old Oak Common and Park Royal Development Corporation, is moving into a new phase for the next financial year. Can you outline how your budget allocation for next year will help that deliver on the programme?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think we're at a really exciting phase for the OPDC delivery. You've seen the feel-good factor from the government confirming that the station the High Speed 2 would terminate at Euston, not Old Oak Common. And that also frees up land, because if there's a terminus, it requires more land than if it's not a terminus. And that's really exciting for us. So where we are now is the team has been procuring the land in terms of negotiations with landowners to try and make sure we get the right land for the next phase of development. My understanding is 90%, roughly speaking, of the land we would like has been sorted out, inverted commas, negotiations, deals being made, really important. The outline business case has been signed off by the government, incredibly important in terms of giving confidence to the private sector. The team will be working to procure a investment partner, delivery partner. You need the private sector involvement in a scheme of this scale. They'll work towards preparing a master plan, incredibly important. There are really good conversations taking place between DfT, MHCLG, Homes England, High Speed 2, Namek Rail, and City Hall, as well as, of course, OPDC, who are holding the ring. We've appointed a heat network partner, really important in terms of maximising district energy and so forth. So there is an uplift in the amount of money we're giving to OPDC next year, because there'll be hyperactivity over the course of the next 12 months.
Absolute hub of activity, as you say, Mayor, and having been there myself, it's just really exciting in terms of the potential regeneration and transformation it's going to make in North West London. The proposed budget, both from a revenue and a capital point of view, are being raised. What lessons will we be learning from other significant regeneration projects to ensure that money goes as far as possible?
I mean, the first thing is that this is a long-term 30-year scheme that began, some years ago, and so, a snapshot of 1 year doesn't really do justice to the scheme we're talking about. I think the good news for us in relation to money spent next year is the continuum. I mean, I want to thank Liz Peace for staying on to make sure there was a handover with the new chair, Dame Karen Buck. We'll make sure the same applies to the new chief executive as well. David's been a great chief executive. It's going to be a proper handover to make sure those lessons are learned, because the worst thing we want to do in the world is have a new team and they may repeat things that the previous team, on hindsight, wish they'd not done. But the good news is it appears the stars are aligned. Great coordination, working with the government, right decision made in relation to Euston, confidence being given to the private sector about our appetite for growth, land being secured, the business case looking like a good one.
We talked at Budget Committee about the potential risks, about the ability to be able to deliver on this obviously huge programme. The next stage will see delivery of 9,000 homes on the site alongside green jobs. You talked about some of the other significant benefits along there. And given the macroeconomic challenges that we've inherited from the previous Tory government, how will we ensure that we can mitigate against the risks with the major outcome of this, which is to deliver those new, genuinely affordable homes that you've talked about?
I mean, there are clearly risks. There are known knowns, there are unknown knowns, and there are unknown unknowns, right? And so the team recognised the risks in terms of market sentiment, in terms of the negative perfect storm when it comes to housing, the concerns in relation to the consequences of the hard Brexit, and so forth. Where we know the challenges, we're addressing them. That's why working so closely with the government is really important, because we can't do this scheme alone. Giving the confidence to the private sector is really important. We now have Opportunity London, really, really good initiative where the councils, the private sector, City Hall working close together to promote London. Making the scheme attractive to foreign direct investment is incredibly important. We're already speaking to groups interested in developing parts of the scheme. We're making sure we're passing those conversations and contacts to the OPDC team. If the government gets through its plans to make planning easier, that makes life easier in terms of developing this area. The hurdles there have been in terms of planning process. When it comes to procurement, the challenges there are in terms of how long procurement takes when it comes to a site of this scale. And so again, any changes the government can make to make it easier, pro-growth policies will address some of the inherent risks with a scheme of this scale.
And finally, Mr Mayor, we know that this will not only deliver in terms of homes, jobs and so on, but could unlock potentially another major infrastructure project that you want to get on the ground, which is West London Orbital. How important is that we get the funding for that as part of this?
Well, can I say that the councils in that part of London have not just been great working on OPDC with us, they've been great in relation to putting their money where their mouth is in terms of West London Orbital. And I think we should put on record our thanks to those councils who have committed to the feasibility work, to the assessment and so forth, and we're fully behind it. And in terms of the infrastructure projects, we are, inverted commas, selling to the government. West London Orbital is one of them, because the tracks are there. And actually, you know, in infrastructure terms, the scheme isn't as expensive as otherwise could be. And that's why it's really important to use OPDC and what's happening there as a catalyst for further regeneration in that part of London. We're excited, the council are excited, the private sector is excited. You've seen what an employment generation, employment generator Park Royal is. Just imagine going forward the difference that part of London can make with OPDC fully developed.
Really exciting future for West London. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm looking at groups who've got time left.
Yeah, Labour have got lots of questions. Labour have got lots of questions.
No further questions. Therefore, we've now reached the end of the question and answer session. You're now free to go, and thank you for your time. I would like to propose the Assembly now adjourns for 1 hour and 15 minutes, shall we say and return at, shall we say, 1:40, before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda.
An hour, Chair, because I would go for 45. An hour 15 is a bit...
Normally, I really love debates about how long we're going to recess for. They've decided that's what's in front of me, and 1 hour 15 is what it is. But I do love the debate. When we return from the adjournment, Assembly members may propose amendments to the Mayor's budget and any budget-related motions. Copies of those are formally provided at the point they are moved. Therefore, papers will be circulated in the chamber once we return from the adjournment. However, if groups wish to share them informally in advance, they are welcome to do so. Are Assembly members in agreement with the adjournment? Thank you.
the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Welcome back to the London Assembly's draft budget plenary meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the draft consolidated budget and any formal budget amendment. I will hand over to the clerk, who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. The substantive motion on the agenda is to approve the draft consolidated budget for 2025-26, together with the draft component budgets comprised within it, with or without amendment. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12b, this shall be considered without being proposed or seconded by a member. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion set out on the agenda, any amendments to that motion, and any budget-related motions tabled at this point. I can confirm that we have one budget amendment which has been tabled, and no budget-related motions have been received at this time. Budget amendments at this stage can be passed by a simple majority of votes cast. Any budget amendment must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act, otherwise the statement is a budget-related motion. The Mayor is under a duty to respond to any amendments passed by a simple majority when he presents his final budget at the 25th of February 2025 Mayor's Question Time final draft budget meeting. The Chair will now invite Assembly members Russell and Garbett to move and second their budget amendment, which has been tabled.
Assembly Member Russell, please, to propose.
Thank you very much. So as you all know, the Green Group approaches the budget process with big ideas on how we can improve the lives of as many Londoners as we can. And that's why this year our proposal seeks to make 6 targeted interventions that would make meaningful differences to Londoners' everyday lives. If passed, our amendment means safer pedestrian crossings where councils want them, a sensible pilot to reduce drug harm, a comprehensive research project to map contaminated land, lots of support for estate residents and renters, and of course, more toilets. Now, none of these ideas should surprise any of you in this chamber today if you've been paying a tiny bit of attention to our work and the things we talk about. And I know lots of you here support at least some of these ideas, so I hope you listen to our reasoning with an open mind and vote with your hearts. Specifically, our amendment is made up of the following 6 parts. Increasing and improving public toilets on the TfL network by amping up the Mayor's current programme of improvements. Funding a drug consumption room pilot for London. Delivering a London Renters Commission. Mapping London's contaminated land. Creating a resident empowerment fund. And building more pedestrian crossings. Now, I know this seems like a lot, so the first question I expect most of you will have is how are we going to fund it? Most of our proposals are quite modest, and for these we're using £2.6 million from the reserves earmarked for GLA services. This is a tiny fraction of the £329.3 million that is currently unallocated in this particular reserve. And for our ideas that require a more significant investment, we'll be drawing on a very small rise to London's congestion charge of £1. Now, the last time the congestion charge was increased was June 2020, when the charge went up from £11.50 to £15. But that was the only time that any change had been brought into the congestion charge even vaguely in line with inflation, since it had previously been frozen in 2014. Now, we all know that the cost of goods has risen in nearly every aspect of our lives, and those cost increases have been reflected across public transport as well. Even with the Mayor's fares freeze, caps for daily travel on the tube and rail are now up 40% since 2016. But the congestion charge, by quirk or by chance, has been protected against that same increase and has only risen by 30%. And if we look at this in cash comparisons, peak travel for zones 1 to 6 will be capped at £16.30. That's more than the current congestion charge. And that's why today, to deliver the most we can for as many Londoners as we can, the Green Group budget amendment seeks to raise the congestion charge by £1, taking it to £16. And this will raise an extra £13 million each year. Now, of course, vehicles used by disabled people will still be exempt, as well as licensed taxis. And this extra £13 million a year will be very well spent on facilities that every Londoner can benefit from. To make that case, I'm going to focus on the two proposals that the £13 million would be put to. First of all, toilets. Londoners don't need to be told that there's a toilet shortage in town. They live it every day. Late last year, after years of campaigning by Greens on the Assembly, TfL finally published a feasibility study on toilet provision at their stations, which confirmed exactly how dire the situation is. Now, my own report demonstrated that less than a quarter of stations in zones 1 to 3 have toilets. And the Assembly Health Committee survey found that 91% of respondents did not feel toilet provision is adequate to meet their needs in London. Just this month, an Age UK London report showed that public loos are closing at 3 times the rate as new ones are opening. This loo crisis simply cannot continue without investment from here at City Hall. And that's why, for the 4th year in a row, we're asking the Mayor to make a bigger investment in building toilets across London. Recognising the constrained funding environment this year, we're proposing spending an extra £3 million on toilets, doubling the Mayor's current level of investment. I love toilets, you love toilets, and I know we all love toilets, so let's fund them properly. Now, the second of our ideas that could be funded by this additional revenue is pedestrian crossings. Walking safely around our city means providing Londoners with places where they can safely cross the road. To meet his own Vision Zero strategy, the Mayor needs to increase investment and delivery of safe places to cross everywhere in town. Making London safer for people walking by reducing road danger has always been a priority for the City Hall Greens. And that's why our budget amendment proposes spending £10 million on installing and improving pedestrian crossings at junctions all across London. We know from councils that they're funding the schemes they can, but even then they can face delays because TfL needs more resource to handle requests for new pedestrian crossings. Now, this might seem like a lot of money to people who aren't familiar with the cost of transforming junctions, but if you think just one scheme at Battersea Bridge cost £500,000, this stuff is expensive. That £10 million figure is again covered by raising the congestion charge by a single pound. Londoners deserve to be able to cross the road to pick up a pint of milk or take their children to school without fearing for their life while crossing the road. Now, the final idea I'm going to talk to you about in our budget amendment includes a call to map London's contaminated land and support the people affected by it. When I say contaminated land, I mean those former industrial sites, ponds and riverways that are polluted with toxic chemicals or PFAS, the so-called forever chemicals. The contamination at these sites can be invisible or noticeable only by a bad smell. But what about the Londoners who are stuck living next to or on top of an old site, insufficiently cleared of chemical contamination? Or the Londoners who sit in classrooms downwind from industrial plants? Or the Londoners who walk and cycle and even swim along polluted riverways and canals? Far too much of our city's land is contaminated, and rather unbelievably, we don't currently have an accurate picture of where the worst sites are, or even what we're dealing with. There is space for a pan-London look at this, especially in light of climate risks like flooding, which could bring disastrous consequences if unidentified contaminants are unleashed. Now, I thank you all for supporting my colleagues at Polanski AM's motion last year in support of Zane's Law on the same subject. And that's why the Green Amendment proposes creating a new GLA unit with £1 million funded from reserves earmarked for GLA services, focused on tackling contamination of London's land, water and air. Now, that new unit would, amongst other things, support local residents, small businesses and nearby councils with expert advice on how to identify contaminated sites and empower them to force the landowners to clean them up. Because at the end of the day, I know no one sitting in this chamber wants people in their constituency to be living alongside chemically contaminated water, air or land. So thank you all for thinking about our proposals, and I sincerely hope you will all vote in favour of our amendment. And I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Assemblymember Garbett, for more detail on some of the other ideas. Thank you.
Assemblymember Garbett, please.
And thank you, Assemblymember Russell, for setting out an excellent overview of our Green Budget Amendment. So I'd like to second your proposal and focus on a few of the other elements that haven't been covered so far. So first, London's pilot drug consumption room, which I'm really excited to be presenting. To take a truly public health approach to drugs, we need to look at problematic drug use as a health condition which requires health support. Currently, we spend billions on drug-related policing and criminalising people who use drugs, which we know doesn't help because we see increasing drug use and increasing drug death year on year. We need to take a different approach. And a Dutch study from this year found that drug-related crime has reduced by 24% in areas surrounding drug consumption rooms. This month, you may have seen that the Thistle, the UK's first legal drug consumption room, opened in Glasgow. It joins more than 200 drug consumption rooms from around the world, so this isn't a new idea. Drug consumption rooms are places where people can use drugs in a clean environment with clean equipment, which stops the spread of bloodborne viruses. Overdoses can be prevented because there's health staff available. They get access to health and care support, and it reduces the numbers of needles in public areas. Just to be crystal clear, staff do not provide drugs to people in the centres. People aren't allowed to sell drugs, and people aren't allowed to share drugs in these facilities. In its first week, the Thistle had 130 visits, no medical emergencies, and already people are accessing housing and treatment support. So instead of doing what we've always done in this city and in this country for decades, which has resulted in increasing drug deaths, why don't we take a different approach? And this idea isn't new to this Assembly, because the Health Committee in 2022 proposed a drug consumption room, but the Mayor hasn't taken any action on it. So in terms of our amendment, I'd like to thank Release, the organisation that we've worked with on this, who've provided the really comprehensive breakdown on costs that you'll see in the amendment that we've proposed. It's a proposal for a mobile drug consumption unit, so this is slightly different to the Thistle model, which is a static facility. But we thought analysis of this kind of model would be really beneficial. So our proposal is to run a pilot for 3 years, and we've included funding for an evaluation. So it's part of the budget amendment would be funded. It would be about 500,000 from the 329.3 million of reserves earmarked for GLA services. It's a fraction of the cost of the Thistle, the Scottish model, which costs £7 million over the 3 years. This plan is a very affordable pilot that will provide evidence of how well drug consumption rooms can work. Second, I'd like to propose our London Rent Commission. So the Renters' Right Bill does nothing meaningful on affordability for London's 2 million renters. We all know how difficult it is to rent in London. I'm sure you hear this from your constituents, families, friends, or even yourselves. Communities are being displaced, people are leaving the city, there's an increase in homelessness, families leaving and schools closing. We know in the long term that the solution is more council homes, but right now, short term, we need to bring rents down. The Mayor said in 2019 he would set up an independent commission to work out what a rent control would look like for London, but not until the government gifted him powers. But Londoners need action now. I hosted a rent commission in November, which showed the need for a rent commission and the appetite from the various groups who've been campaigning for the Renters' Rights Bill, like Shelter, Acorn, Generation Rent, Inclusion London, the Runnymede Trust. We need the Mayor to finally take leadership on this and form a commission that will tell the government what Londoners' renters need, devise a formula to improve affordability, and show what the economic model of rent control would work for all Londoners. We are proposing allocating 100,000 for a London Rent Commission, which matches the cost of the London Housing Panel, and funding through the same earmarked reserves. And thirdly, a resident empowerment fund. So council and developers are still spending vast amounts of money to secure a yes vote in an estate ballot, while residents opposed to demolition have no resources to put forward for their position. Everyone in this chamber heard me speaking about the experiences of residents on the Lesnes estate last week who have been ignored and denied agency over their homes. A resident empowerment fund will give residents proper support both financial and experts, to build their own plans for their own homes and the future of their communities. For the 132 estates at risk of demolition in London, we propose taking £1 million from the same reserves for an empowerment fund to provide vital support to address the imbalance of power between developers and residents. Thank you all for considering our proposals. I truly hope you consider supporting these amendments, which will help all Londoners. Thank you.
Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for tabling your amendment as well. But also, I think we should recognise the Mayor's proposed budget and what it does intend to deliver, and the fact that we're not at the final stages as well. So there's still a month or so to go in this process where we'll see the end. But already we've heard about the record numbers of funding from the Mayor's budget on policing. We know about the difference that the government grants are making on things like the national an international capital cities grant, and also about the Mayor's policies on investing in toilets, as the Greens have always suggested as well. But we should take view of the spending review, which is due to take place, the comprehensive spending review. We've already seen in the first few months of this government the additional funding that's coming in for 25-26. We know about what we hope to see across all the public sector in a long-term funding deal. We've heard about the progress being made, especially with this morning's announcement on policing and the Met being taken out of Engage. But also around how the Mayor intends to continue delivering on universal free school meals for all Londoners as well. Some of the Green amendments, we just cannot support your amendment today. A lot of it is not workable. Assemblymember Russell asked us to vote from our hearts, but also we've got to vote with our brains as well, because especially looking at the drugs consumption room, I mean, the proposal from the Assembly when we looked at it was to work with the Home Office because of the risk that it could take on those that are being helped by the service, but also those that are serving. So it definitely needs support from the Home Office as well as Department for Health, so it's not workable in this scenario. And with this pilot, we're not convinced on the legal representations or arguments made in your amendment. And yes, we do, I wouldn't go as far as saying we love toilets. They're a necessity that exists. I love my children, but not toilets in the same way. But the Mayor has committed to putting money in for his mayoral term, recurring every year. So we should see how that goes. We're still in the first year of this, and this is the fourth year in a row that the Greens have tabled an amendment which mentions the Resident Empowerment Fund, and our views on this haven't changed since you first raised this as an issue as well. The Mayor's rejected it, and those reasons for rejection still haven't been addressed. So we will not be supporting any amendments, and we credit the Mayor and his team and the Fire Brigade and the Met Police for tabling their budget, and we look forward to seeing how the rest of the process ends up. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I find it striking that Assemblymember Russell started by the Greens always come with big ideas, but I can't help but think we just had a mayoral campaign and you did have lots of crazy big ideas which would cost a fortune, and somehow when you had to do a balanced budget those ideas have fallen by the wayside. But I will say on this budget amendment you lost our support in the first lines, clearly trying to raise the congestion charge to an eye-watering £16 is not going to be workable, and I don't think it's actually financially viable in terms of guaranteeing you that money, let alone the people that it's going to harm in the process. I have to say some of the ideas in here we're more sympathetic to, but I'm going to stick to the ones which we think are absolutely crazy. So if we look to your Rent Control Commission, this has been proven time and time and time again not to work. And actually, the Greens have done enough damage in Scotland with rent control, so if you could stop trying to bring those broken politics to London, that would be great. We've seen the market spiralling here in London, and as part of that, landlords are feeling more and more pushed out of London because of things like people talking about rent controls. Also, a lot more fees on landlord licensing, which actually ends up penalising good landlords, while the rogue landlords, I don't know if you know any of them, been to Ilford recently. The rogue landlords get away with it. So actually what we end up with is some of the worst landlords here in London, while the good landlords are investing in places like Hertfordshire, Surrey and Essex. If you look at our own GLA report on this, it shows that we would have shrunk the market by 62% by this year if we'd have gone for rent controls. And actually it comes back to that really, really obvious principle about renting, buying, anything in life, supply and demand. If you had shrunk the rental market in London by 62%, can you imagine what rents in London would be here today? So yes, it is a tough time for renters here in London, and we want to do all we can to support them, but rent controls is only going to make things hardest. And actually, all the work that's been done on this shows the people it would hit the hardest, the people that wouldn't benefit from rent controls, would be the younger people entering the market. It's the only people that would be due to do well with it would be established renters who are already in a contract. You can shake your head, but that's what all the evidence shows, Assemblymember Garbett. The final one I wanted to talk about was the drug consumption room, and I would probably be the most sympathetic person in this group alongside Assemblymember Boff to this proposal, but I do feel that to spend £500,000 on this plan is A, not the most effective use of drug harm reduction at this point. I think there are better schemes we could invest in with that money in principle that would start by to reduce drug harm more in the next year. Also, I don't think there's enough political capital on that, so I think that we should be focusing on drug harm reduction measures which are going to get the support of the Assembly and reduce drug harm in London quicker and more effectively, and I think there are better proposals you could have come with. But mainly, it's the £16 congestion charge, which is unworkable, and the Rent Control Commission, which, as the Labour leadership now understands, as you have seen, your Green colleagues in Scotland have seen, is a bat-crazy idea.
You missed the word out.
Assemblymember Turrell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I've been a London renter now for close to 15 years, and despite earning a good salary here, I don't see that time coming to an end in the foreseeable future. And during that 15 years, I've had some amazing landlords. I've seen the best of our landlords, but I have also seen the worst of our landlords, including when my wife and I had to spend a winter without a working boiler because the landlord wouldn't come and fix it. But in these bad situations we've experienced, the one thing that wouldn't have helped us was rent controls, because we have to focus on the standards and the quality of the housing. We've got to talk about how we can enforce our landlords. So we carry out more checks on an Uber driver or a private hire driver than we do on a landlord. The person giving you a lift home has to do more checks that they are a sensible person who look after safety than a person you can rent a flat off, and that's not right. And as Assemblymember Best touched upon, rent controls will only make the situation worse. They will take money away from being reinvested back in properties, because that's what the rest of Europe and other places have seen when they followed these policies. But as Assemblymember Best also touched on, we cannot keep assuming and allowing this debate to be framed in a way that says that all landlords are villains, and that puts this assumption out there that all these landlords are villains, because it is driving good landlords out the market, and it is adding to the temporary accommodation crisis we have in London. So that's why, as a London renter, I will be opposing the Green amendment.
Thank you. Assemblymember Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I feel not enough has been said to explain why rent controls truly are the abomination of this budget amendment. So some of you probably saw on January the 20th the American presidential inauguration, and you'll have seen possibly in the media people saying populism is back. Populism never went away. Populism never went away. Rent controls are the ultimate textbook example of populist politics, an idea that sounds like, would you like your rent to go down, Tom? I'm sure you would. This is a plan that will make sure that that never happens, but it sounds like it might, and maybe some people can get some votes off the back of that. So what impact does it have when you control rents? So in the short term, there's really only one way that landlords can make their budgets balance, and that's by cutting repairs, cutting maintenance, and ensuring that dilapidation accelerates. We saw this in actual fact with councils' housing revenue accounts. I remember a guy called George Osborne who brought in a rent freeze in councils. What was the impact of that? Sat on the housing committee at my council. Immediately, the impact of councils was to start cutting repairs, maintenance, fire door replacements, intercoms. These are all the things that you can cut upgrades on. Common parts, insulation upgrades, something you might think the Green Party would be in favour of. These are all the things that get lost. It's a dilapidation charter. But those are only the short-term impacts of rent controls. If you stick with them, not only do you create dilapidation in the existing housing stock, you guarantee that no further housing stock comes forward, because any investor, any developer that is considering bringing forward new housing supply, which is ultimately the only thing that will address overcrowding, address high costs, address shortages, all of their numbers suddenly don't work. All of those building sites that you see that don't get started, they don't start, they stall. And maybe people come here and they say, oh, Mr. Mayor, what are you doing about all these stalled sites? The answer is rent control, if we were mad enough to implement it, would be adding to that stall problem. So it destroys the viability of new housing. It accelerates dilapidation by making the existing housing stock worse and making sure that there is no new housing stock. Overcrowding, dilapidation, shortages. This is the zombie idea that will not die. It is absolute pure populism that sounds great, sounds lovely. You can get some votes off the back of telling people that you will push their rent down, you will reduce their rent. You will not. You will make their flat worse. You will make the housing crisis worse. And let me say, the Greens have criticised the Mayor for not bringing this forward. Should I tell you why he hasn't brought it forward? Because he likes to propose it because it sounds good. Even he can see that it doesn't work, which is why every time us over here, you over there, press him on what his rent control plan might be, he backs off. The reason he backs off is because there is no workable plan. He knows it, we know it, I think they know it. For some reason, the Greens have not yet twigged. Londoners really ought to understand that rent control is the zombie populist idea that will not die. It is no better than some of the maddest populist ideas you have heard, and frankly is probably worse. I will not be supporting the Green budget amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Are there?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Well, all I'll say, if I wasn't in the chair, you'd get another 5 minutes of that. But I am, so I'm not going to tire you out. Anybody else want to contribute? Assembly Member Polanski. Sorry, you got first. Assembly Member Wilson, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies for not being physically present this morning, although I did manage to catch most of the discussion online and some very interesting questions. Although one question I think wasn't fully addressed is we all know about the cost of living crisis, but of course we also have, and I've said previously, we have a cost of government crisis. And we know that even before this budget, then the Mayor's share of council tax here in London has gone up by 71% since he was elected in 2016. Now, in context, you look at the neighbouring county councils, Essex, over the same timescale, Essex, 35%, Kent, 42%, Surrey, 39%, and Hertfordshire, 42%. But I know that's not in my gift to change today, and I appreciate and acknowledge I don't have a mandate to do so. However, as I think most of you know, following the Mayor's advice at a previous meeting a couple of cycles ago, I had hoped to be constructive and table a couple of amendments to this budget process. But unfortunately, everyone else has followed his more recent advice at last week's meeting when he said that, as a rule of thumb, I never encourage anyone to work with reform. It's a shame, but here we are. The two amendments I would have liked to have tabled respond directly to two issues that the 183,000 Londoners who voted reform in May, the 289,000 who voted reform in July, and on current polling, the 450,000 who would vote for reform if there was an election tomorrow would like me to raise. We all know that crime is a top priority for Londoners. From the communication we receive as Assembly members from our residents, from the Talk London budget consultation, and from MOPAC's public attitude survey, where 70% place tackling knife and gun crime in their top 3 priorities. So that's why I wanted to create a dedicated knife crime task force of around 1,000 officers to carry out the type of activities undertaken by Operation Sceptre, which currently only runs for 2 weeks a year. I want to do it on a year-round basis. Both more engagement and more enforcement, ramping up police presence, stop and search and weapons sweeps. I think this is essential to tackle the scourge of knife crime in our city, and you don't need me to repeat the roll call of major stabbing incidents since the turn of the year to know how seriously we must all take this issue.
Assembly Member, could you address the motion in hand, which is the Green Amendment, budget amendment?
And it is the substantive motion.
And the substantive?
Yes, it's the Mayor's budget as well.
Okay. All right. Carry on.
Okay, and I was saying what I would like to have changed about the Mayor's budget if I'd been given the opportunity to do so. And we would have funded that by reducing the Mayor's headcount here at City Hall back to the levels he inherited in 2016, when I can't remember anyone complaining that London was undergoverned. Since then, the headcount has almost doubled and the cost has trebled. The private sector has had to tighten its belt in recent years. It's only fair that we must do so too. But an £81 million saving put back into frontline policing, that, I think, would chime far more strongly with what, as the Talk London survey report confirmed, is Londoners' top priority, policing to reduce crime. Knife crime is London's priority, and it's Reform UK's priority. My second amendment relates to the Mayor's continued and relentless war on London's drivers, and the lack of recognition that for many families, businesses, carers and charities, the use of private cars is essential. You will know the strength of feeling on the forthcoming plans to introduce an up to £8 charge a day to use the Blackwall and Silvertown tunnels. You know that because at the end of last year, I submitted the biggest ever petition that this Assembly has received in its 25-year history. So my other amendment would cover the cost of these tolls, keeping use and access to both these tunnels free of charge, and would have done that by reining in spending on other measures that hammer London's drivers, particularly the rollout of 20-mile-an-hour zones and significant expansion of the cycle network. The so-called Safe and Healthy Streets budget, from which we take that funding, is misnamed. It's neither safer nor healthier to force drivers onto ever-reducing road space. It makes our streets more congested, more polluting, and more dangerous for everyone using them, whether in cars, buses, on bikes, or on foot. So both amendments were scrutinised by the finance team, and the calculations were confirmed as valid. But in the words of 18th century poet Thomas Gray, "Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air." So I know some of you here don't particularly like reform. I know some of you probably wish I wasn't here. And I'm not wholly surprised that nobody was willing to join me in breaking the cosy consensus. But look at what's going on outside. Knife crime is out of control. The war on drivers is out of control. The cost of living is out of control. And that is why Reform is the fastest growing political party across the country and here in London too. We can't hide from these issues forever. Thank you.
Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, it's interesting to me to hear a room of people say that they think our ideas are unworkable. Because I'll tell you what hasn't worked. Labour governments and Conservative governments, whether we're talking about Tony Blair, Liz Truss, Keir Starmer, decades of neoliberalism have completely failed our country, and right now what we're here to talk about today, our city. I'll tell you what's unworkable. Unworkable is 34% of renters who are living in poverty. Unworkable are the people who are living by polluted sites, who cannot breathe clean air, who have itchy eyes. Unworkable are people who have developers bullying them out of their homes, out of their communities, because they do not have the money or the empowerment to be able to meet them with the same democratic power. These ideas are unworkable. So when we present big ideas, and I hear politicians who have backed governments, who have effectively eroded things that could work in this country, who have seen inequality rise, and say those ideas are unworkable, it's pretty galling. So let me talk specifically about the idea that people have hit most in this budget amendment, and that's rent controls. We've already had rent controls. Margaret Thatcher got rid of them. And this is an experiment that has completely failed, where people cannot afford their rent. Now, we say it's stalling, or you say it's stalling developers. Developers aren't building social housing properly. Developers aren't building accessible housing. So the idea we hear Keir Starmer today saying, we are the builders and not the blockers. Yes, build. But let's build social housing. Let's build houses that renters can actually afford. Let's stop promoting and amplifying this idea that what our city needs is lots of unaffordable housing that are available to the super rich. We need rent controls badly. And by the way, it's not just me that say this. 69% of Londoners want this idea. So by rejecting it as populist, yes, it is populist because it's popular. Now, the question that we should really be asking is, how do we do it? Because actually, our amendment is not calling for rent controls. We support rent controls, but what the amendment is calling for specifically is a rent commission. And the point of a rent commission is to find workable plans to bring out a London model for rent control. That's the entire point. To bring in people, as Assemblymember Garbett did in this very chamber, people from Acorn, London Renters Union, Renters, Runnymede Trust, lots of different groups and communities who are most affected by the problem of developers, by the problem of unscrupulous landlords, and saying, let's get together and look at a way that people can afford to live in this city. Because right now it is absolutely absurd that we are subsidising, through housing benefit, landlords whilst people are struggling to eat and put heating in their homes. So in short, our amendment is full of good ideas, but let's actually debate the ideas that are in it and not just random speeches about ideas that aren't even in this amendment. Because ultimately what we're looking for is a way of getting people together to look at how we can find a workable plan to make these ideas happen, because the only thing that isn't working right now are the same old ideas. Let's have some new ones.
Assemblymember Hall, please.
Thank you. I feel I must comment on Assemblymember Wilson's points, because I have been asked by the media why nobody will second your particular motion. We've seen your motion. To be fair, it's wildly simplistic. It's not financially sound, and it's totally detached from reality. There are columns with no numbers in them. Reform claim that this would be funded, or their new officers would be funded by reducing the mayor's team to 2016 levels, claiming that there were 1,396 employees working for the mayor in 2024. This amendment doesn't understand the difference between those working for the mayor's team and those working for the whole of the GLA. Whilst the mayor has clearly hired far too many bureaucrats, and we have said this on many occasions, and press officers, the idea that you could sack 601 GLA employees overnight with no associated costs is total fantasy. The mayor also has more statutory responsibilities and powers since 2016, so you simply couldn't turn back the clock in that way. Now, every single year this group has called for more police officers, so I have great sympathy with what you're trying to do. And I do understand the way we work is quite difficult sometimes to understand. But you've got to actually understand the fact that we will be working to do our own amendment with all the money that we can find that we consider is available in the budget, and we will put that to the Assembly. Now, the reason we're not doing it now, and we're doing it in a month's time, is because, and you heard this morning, the mayor notoriously finds at least another £200 million between now and the final budget. And it's not just a one-off, he constantly does that. And then all this work goes in from officers and assembly members and the finance team to try and see if the numbers add up. And of course, it's a complete and utter waste of time, because suddenly there's another £200 million that the mayor has magicked up. The reason we don't support your, other than the fact that, to be honest, it doesn't stand up. It really doesn't stand up. We will work with other members and have done before, but we consider that there are so many things that we know need being done. We know we can find extra funding, and so the extra funding the Conservative team find, we want to go into what we want to do. So this isn't against reform. It's certainly not against you, Alex. It's a simple fact that this is how this works in the chamber. So I'd suggest that you look at what you've proposed. It doesn't add up. It wouldn't work. But I admire the fact that you've actually joined in, you've put your thoughts forward, because that's what we must all do. we all disagree on very many things. The Green motion is barking mad, in my opinion. But nevertheless, the Greens are quite capable of putting something through that is costed, and we are entitled to agree or disagree. And that's how this works. So it's not personal, Alex. The fact is that the amendment doesn't work, and we want to put the money that we find into what we want to suggest to the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Roberts, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak just quickly on the amendment and then on the substantive, if I may. There are things that we like. There are things that we like in the Greens budget amendment, but unfortunately there are things which we can't count on. So more protections for London's renters, certainly. Good thing. Whether rent control or a commission to establish whether rent control is a good idea, perhaps not so much. The one problem which I really do have is the going to the congestion charge and just adding just £1, because it sounds very easy, sounds very nice, easy, small, incremental thing. However, once you set the precedent for doing that, then you find that the year after, how much can we raise by going back? So 16 becomes 17, becomes 17.50, becomes 18. Very soon you're at £20 per congestion charge, which may be a good idea for some. I'm sure the Greens would love it. But it does have that knock-on impact on some residents and some Londoners who may at the moment be struggling with 15 quid. They would definitely struggle with 16, and so on and so on and so on. And also, everything's lumped in one piece. So if this was a line-by-line amendment that we could all vote on individually, then there may be the opportunity to vote for some bits but not for the rest. But, these are the hands that we're dealt. Assembly Member Hall made a very good point about the 200 million, which is regularly, rustled down the back of the municipal sofa. Do we have at borough level it's municipal, the London sofa? And that has proved a real problem for me, because we've sat through the hours of budget scrutiny, giving a very close look at what the Mayor is hoping to spend, what the Mayor is hoping to save on various departments, and then suddenly we will find £200 million, £250 million in some cases, suddenly rustled up out of nowhere, which the Mayor will use to make big announcements and grand plans. And that's not how the budget scrutiny process should work. We should be able to look at everything. We should be able to make sure that we are getting the best value for Londoners out of each individual budget. And suddenly finding that there's more money is not enabling us to do that job properly. So, for example, in terms of policing, we still have no idea precisely what the level of policing is going to be next year. And we asked the Mayor that today, and he wasn't able to give us an answer. We have tried time and time again to find out what the individual cuts to the individual services. And I know I go on about the Royal Parks Police, it's big in my local area, but forensics, dog teams, mounted divisions, flying squad, armed response units, all of these could necessarily come within the cuts which are going to be made to the Metropolitan Police. But we haven't seen the numbers. We haven't seen what the savings are going to be. We haven't seen whether this potential £200 million, which may magic up, is going to fill that gap. We heard from the Metropolitan Police earlier this year that they were going to be presenting the estate strategy within this quarter. However, today we heard from the Mayor that that's very unlikely to happen. We know that there are pieces of the estate which could be divested, and that could bring in the capital receipt, which we could have scrutinised and found out what was going to happen with that. But we also know that there are local police stations which could be saved, which are absolute lifelines for their local areas. Again, we haven't had the opportunity to look at what those particular savings are and what those particular lines will be. Have I got any more? No, I don't. So for that reason, I can't support the amendments, and I won't be supporting the Mayor's budget, even though there are things in the Mayor's budget which I do support. The precept, the precept, raising the precept to provide more money for the police, bang on, absolutely is what most Londoners would want. However, the package as a whole can't be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Giorgio, please.
I never thought I'd rise to agree with a Lib Dem. Yeah, I just want to deal with some of the bits that have not necessarily been covered in detail due to limited time. So firstly, all of our nation's and our capital's problems, austerity, Brexit and COVID, quite frankly, it is the overburden of taxation and regulation which has broken the back of this city and this country, quite frankly, and we've seen more of it. We will be seeing more of it in the Mayor's increase and, in fact, the Green Amendment, but I'll come on to that shortly. Assembly Member Best has rightly outlined I think a reasonable view on drug consumption, and so I won't get into that. On the Renters Commission, what was it, zombie populism, I think was perfect. On contaminated land, which I don't think has been fully explored, I don't think anybody, and I think Assembly Member Polanski outlined some very good points, I don't think anyone disagrees with the premise of what's in the Green Amendment, but it's something the government already does in terms of funding, cleaning up land. I think more can be done, but essentially it's for the Mayor to lobby government to make sure we ensure greater restrictions on local authorities, well, not just this body via the GLA and their planning team, but for local authorities to do greater work to inspect and to lobby government for more funding. So I don't disagree with you there. On pedestrian crossings, now this I love this one. Sorry, on rent controls, actually, Assembly Member Polanski, workable rent control, what workable rent controls could look like in London is in fact in your amendment. So that is exactly what you're asking for, zombie populism. So pedestrian crossings, that's effectively what Assembly Member, the Green Group are looking for, is a blank cheque for local authorities on pedestrianisation schemes. All these woke and broke councils in London have got no clue what they're doing when it comes to our transport network, and all it will do is it's been a while since I've been down to Richmond, but I'll come back to that. So let me get this straight from the Greens. Effectively, what they really want is blank cheques to do woke schemes, not just pedestrian crossings, such as LTNs, which when Mayor Rahman, and I'll never defend that man, but when he wanted to remove them, they had a problem. So we'll leave that to one side. We also look at floating bus stops. Once again, very unpopular and unsafe schemes for the blind and the disabled could also be used via this blank cheque. I'd also add to what colleagues have said about the congestion charge. As Assembly Member Roberts has said, it is a slippery slope. And I'm going to rehash something, seeing as our Mayor loves to hark back to the mayoral election, the war on the motorist. The war on the motorist by the weak Liberal, sorry, I apologise. I'm very careful, Mr Chairman. The woke Liberals in this place are determined to wage war on the motorist. But I do love the backtrack from Assembly Member Roberts from the Lib Dem's own manifesto, the mayoral election. So I think in summary, there are good points in the amendment, and I don't think if we're being serious, people disagree vehemently with the whole thing in totality. But I think for the reasons outlined as Assembly Member Harani on behalf of the Labour Group, also it's just not practical in various different ways. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Oh, well. Anyone else on this? Assembly Member Russell to sum up, please.
Is that it? Yeah? OK. Pedestrian crossings are woke? I mean, really, if you were to tell that to the bereaved families of people who have been killed trying to cross the road in our city, the numbers of pedestrians who are cut down on our roads, who lose their lives, it is absolutely basic, fundamental decency in a decent, accessible city that we have pedestrian crossings that are safe places for people to get across the road. There are far too many roads in our city where that is not possible, and our so-called blank cheque was specifically for money for pedestrian crossings, £10 million specifically for pedestrian crossings. So I'm going to go back slightly to the beginning, but I just had to get that off my chest.
And breathe.
And breathe. So, Assembly Member Harani, the drug consumption rooms and working with the Home Office. There is a whole section in this budget amendment that explains how this is a pilot scheme that has been worked out with professionals, and how it could work in a multi-agency response response with the Met Police, local authorities, health providers, prosecution services. It is absolutely in line with the recommendation from the Health Committee. The Health Committee did some really good work looking at how we reduce drug harm in our city. And this is a proposal that actually takes those recommendations that we made to the Mayor a step further. So it is really disappointing to have people just say they don't support that, because actually we have done the work, we have done all the background stuff. Do read the amendment, that part of the amendment in detail, because we're going to keep pushing on that to make sure that the Mayor gets on and does it. In terms of the congestion zone, which several of you have brought up, fares have gone up. Sorry, not fares. I just need to get a different piece of paper. Yes. So the congestion charge has not gone up for years, and it has altogether gone up with our extra pound by 39% over the period that fares to catch the bus, the train, the tram and everything else have gone up by 40%. So don't tell me that this is a war on the motorists or anything like that. It is about fairness. And this is for spending on things that actually people who drive cars also need. It's for spending on pedestrian crossings, safe places to cross the road when you get to your destination, and spending extra money for more toilets, because so many of the groups all across London tell us that they want toilets. And Assembly Member Georgiou, yes, so I've talked about your blank cheque. I think actually it's Assembly Member Best that I want to go to now. Yeah, I've been making notes. I just want to say, Assembly Member Best, you can't put a price on saving lives. And please look at the detail in our drug consumption room pilot, because actually I think you will find an awful lot in there that you do agree with. And I hope we can work with you to take that forward into the future. I think I've probably said enough, and I think it's really disappointing that we are not going to, it sounds like, have any votes apart from ours in favour of our ideas. But at least we've brought some ideas to you for the meeting and given you all something to talk about. So I hope you appreciate that. And just one final little note for Alex, which is that
Which Alex?
Alex from Reform, sorry, Assembly Member Wilson. Your plan to, sorry, I have lost the piece of paper that I had written my notes for you on. You're wanting to take the money from healthy streets, to take the money from 20 mph limits. Those are the things that save lives on our roads, and I hope you will find out how much the people who walk and cross the road and get around on foot in our city, many of the lowest income Londoners, appreciate new pedestrian crossings when they come in and slower traffic.
Draw your
Thank you.
comments to a close. Thank you. We only have one budget amendment to consider. If I can ask all those in favour of the amendment proposed by Assembly Member Russell, please indicate.
That's 3 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 against, Chair. That falls.
Close.
Can I confirm if any member wants to move a further budget amendment? Well, if no budget amendment has received a simple majority, there's no budget-related motions proposed. No. In which case, where do we go to here?
we go to, Chair. Can I take it that no member wishes to move under Standing Order 6.12.0 an indicative vote on each budget component? No. No. In that case, Chair, we move to the substantive motion which is put to the vote, which is namely to approve the draft consolidated budget for 2025-26, together with the draft component budgets comprised within it without amendment. So can I please see votes on that substantive motion? All those in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes in favour. All those against? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 votes against. So that's actually a tie, Chair. Did you wish to use your second and casting vote?
Always.
OK, so that's 10 votes against. That falls.
Yes, thank you. Very perceptive, Rebecca.
Could you bear with me, members? I'm just going to read the summary information. So, the substantive motion before the Assembly has not been agreed. However, as no budget amendments have been agreed by a simple majority, the Assembly is deemed by paragraph 5.5 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 to have approved the draft consolidated budget without amendment. That concludes the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget. The Assembly will consider the Mayor's final draft budget proposals at Mayor's question time on the 25th of February 2025. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rebecca, for that, for correcting me and guiding us through. Really appreciate that. We do have more business. Don't pack up now. Item 6 is the review of the allocation of Assembly committee seats and related matters. I'm moving a slightly revised set of recommendations as compared to the recommendations on the agenda, noting that one of the committee membership changes set out in the tabled appendix gives rise to a change in deputy chair. Therefore, can I ask the Assembly to note the requirement to review the allocation of Assembly committee seats following the change to the Assembly's political balance, and agree to allocate seats in accordance with the table on Appendix 2, having had regard to the rules on political proportionality that apply to the allocation of seats, and the guidance from the Executive Director of Assembly Secretariat at Appendix 1 as to the number and allocation between the political party groups of seats, both on an overall basis and for each committee body established. I'm also asking for the Assembly to agree to appoint the members set out in the tabled Appendix 2 to the committees indicated for the remainder of the 24-25 year, and to note that all members of each established Assembly party group continue to be authorised to act as a substitute member for any other member of their group on all ordinary committees, and agree to appoint Krupesh Hirani AM as Deputy Chair of the Audit Panel for the remainder of the 24 to 25 year.
Okay.
Note, there's a little bit more.
There's more. There's more.
I do like the sound of my own voice. Note that all other committee chairing and deputy chairing arrangements remain as previously agreed by the Assembly. Agree a minor change to the terms of reference of the GLA Oversight and Fire Committee as highlighted in Appendix 3, and note that the terms of reference of the remaining Assembly ordinary committees remain as previously agreed by the Assembly. Now you can say agreed. Agreed. Thank you very much. Item 7 has already been taken. Yeah. I've got no other business notified to me of an urgent nature, and therefore I'll bring the meeting to a close.
Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.